rained on. I'm like, I'm loving it. And this car came speeding, now I thought they veered into where the pothole was.
So they saw you?
Drenched me. Absolutely drenched. Don't take joy in that.
No, I do.
They drenched me.
You've got...
And I got soaked.
You've got an umbrella arrogance. You were just I couldn't
like
even live like this. I can't even identify with this.
I like this umbrella arrogance that I now have after doing it for probably the third time.
Yeah, which is exactly why I like that person saw you and thought, I'm going to drench that guy.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and this is a Football Friday. This is an F-Off Friday. That opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we've got Jake Murrin doing the producing, taking care of the YouTube duties, as well the milkman, Anthony Aland, what will be his final delivery on this show for quite a while today. We appreciate that. We got big news to get to. We got so much to get to. Browns Steelers, Football Friday, F-Off Friday. I will start the show just by saying, I'm not gonna belabor this. I'm not gonna make a big deal. I'm doing today's show under duress.
Under duress?
Yep. I don't want to talk about it right now. I know we got to get into Browns Steelers 5.5 point line, but you
want to talk about it now. Clearly, you want to talk about it now.
There are things that have happened at this station that will not be ignored.
You didn't even say hi to me. You just said you're in duress. When you're under that much duress, you have to talk about it now.
No. We got big quarterback news to get to. But I will say that there are people at this station that it's a one-way road at, and that this will be addressed today at some point, just not right now.
I got to tell the listeners right now, you're in a pick a fight mood today.
You're not wrong, but not right now. Not at this moment.
I feel like since you're in a pick a fight mood, I feel like whoever you're picking a fight with is going to really feel the wrath.
We got Miles versus TJ. But there are people at this station, at this cluster.
Is there anyone in the room? Is it me?
I don't believe it is.
Is it Mac?
I don't believe it is. But again,
I'm trying to figure out what did I do? What have I done over the previous hour and a half?
At 3:40 today, we will be talking about this, and we will be exposing something that has happened at this station that is a microcosm of the problems in America, but not right now.
I'm gonna go on a limb and say it's not nearly as big of a deal as Nick thinks it is. That's my prediction for this one. I'm preemptively siding with whoever you're picking the fight with, because when you're in a pick a fight mood, the littlest things set you off, and I got a feeling this one's not a very big thing.
I'll be honest with you. You're on the right side of history so often, you're allowed to be on the wrong side of history this one time.
Okay, we'll find out. I guess what did we say? 3 o'clock?
3:40.
3:40.
Yeah, 3:40.
Okay, we'll find out.
Truths will be told. And things will be exposed about this station. Not right now,
about the station.
Because right now, about the culture in this cluster, it has to be addressed.
You're making me check my work email for the first time in like 57 days?
We'll have to see.
Did I miss an email or something? Did something happen that I'm not aware of?
I'm not talking about it right now. I'm just doing the show under duress. I got many things on my mind. At 3:40, you're going to hear it. Because we got to talk about Shador's the backup. Come on.
Shador is the backup.
Hey, good for me. Good for the Shahad.
Good for everybody.
Good for the Shahad.
Not really. Well, in many ways, it's good, yes, and that common sense prevailed. That's nice. That's a good sign. I bad on all the people that all week long believe that it would be Bailey Zappi. What have we known about Stefanski and Andrew Berry this entire time, right? What have we known? They love messing with the media, all the way down to the idea that Andrew Berry, until the draft day, had everybody swerved into what he was going to do with draft day plans. Like, the man loves to mess with people. The two of them collectively love to mess with people, and I'm convinced he just spent the entire 4 days watching people get as angry as they possibly could get angry because they thought common sense wasn't going to prevail, and here we are with common sense prevailing. It was all a bit, and we are the people that obviously face the repercussions of that for seeming like we're idiots.
Now, I will say, I think you're onto something right there. Credit where credit is due. Deshaun does not sound like he's the third quarterback this week, which would have been my bigger gripe. Bailey Zappi is not quarterback number 2. You passed the most basic and obvious test that there possibly was in the universe. You made Shador the backup. Good for you guys.
Yeah,
here's a nice participation trophy. Here's a little ribbon. It's blue.
Still doesn't do anything.
You make it brown or orange.
Well, it still doesn't actually accomplish anything if you're trying to have Shador prove that he is the quarterback that many people believe that he is.
Oh, it means I'm not one play away from Bailey Zappi playing. Trust me, that is an accomplishment for me on a Friday.
Dylan Gabriel, the runway's still yours. You have all the fate in the world to keep Shedeur off the field. If you want to, you just have to play really well now. That's the thing. You have to keep playing really well. I will say I agree with Baskin in the idea that Dylan Gabriel's seat got warmer with this decision. But at that point, I would say, okay, yeah, you have to do what you have to do if you're Stefanski, though.
I mean, I think the only way Dylan Gabriel's seat gets warmer is if Kevin Stefanski gets fired, or if Dylan Gabriel goes from, was that fine? Was it really good? Was it acceptable? To, oh my God, it's Joe Flacco 2.0.
I mean, I think if he starts to struggle, I don't even think he gets a half in the Steelers game before all of a sudden social media melts down with chants for Shedeur, with get Shedeur out there, everything else. I think that's kind of what Stefanski was hoping to avoid, but you can't possibly have put Bailey Zappi back there and said that we're giving Shedeur a real chance here.
I just don't know if this means the Browns have given Shedeur enough practice time to earn this. I would like to know the process of it.
That's the other part that's interesting, right? Like, so you held him and Bailey Zappi on a completely different field than what Dylan Gabriel was on Wednesday, and you sold it under the idea of, like, well, we can't make up a decision, we got to do all this and that. Like, Shedeur could have been getting legitimate backup reps in that practice. Like, you didn't do the best thing for him. You stuck him with the practice squad players. That's not great.
Maybe this is a loaded word that I'm about to use. I think Shedeur being named the backup this week on a Friday, on a football Friday, on an NFL Friday, I think this is a culmination of negotiations that have been going on since the second you traded Joe Flacco. I don't buy to the people who say, well, I haven't checked in there in a couple weeks, but I'm pretty sure everything's copacetic between Kevin and AB. I think there is pressure there. I think Kevin's feeling the pressure more than anyone. I don't think he believes in Shedeur the same way he believes in Dylan. That doesn't mean he doesn't believe in him at all. And I think this is a conciliation by Kevin, and what I'd really love to know is, what does he get out of it? Because I do think both Kevin and Andrew are smart enough to think that way, especially with the ownership they have above them.
Yeah, I don't know what Kevin gets out of it, but what I do know is that the people that are trying to turn this into a win for Shedeur or something, Shedeur himself would tell you this isn't the win. You're a backup quarterback. That's not.
I mean, this is more of a win than being the third string quarterback.
Yes, but in the grand scheme of things, congratulations, you're the backup quarterback. If you would have told Shedeur that 3 weeks prior to the draft, he would have laughed you off the planet. Said, "What happened to my life? How did I get here? Where did it all go wrong?" Like, this is still far, far away from any sort of win for Shedeur.
I mean, I think that's the kind of thing, like, that's the kind of, like, thinking that I think is, like, it's not about where you expected to be, it's about where you are and where you've come from. And I do think Shedeur being elevated to backup quarterback, even if it was political, machinery that happened around him, our machinations is the word I was looking for. I do think that this is some level of an accomplishment. I know it's not the ultimate accomplishment. They could have run Bailey Zappi out there this week. I don't think we should deny that. It's counter logic, but I don't think Kevin is thinking that way. I think Kevin's thinking about what he likes. And
well, maybe Kevin's eyes just got opened up to the idea that if Dylan does stink, he's got to have Shedeur ready to go, because Shedeur is the only opportunity he has to keep his job if in fact something does happen to Dylan Gabriel. And do you think the Giants game last night influenced this at all?
No.
Jackson Dart, a quarterback that was routinely told by every pundit that he was worse than Shedeur Sanders, came out there and looked awesome immediately for the Giants. Maybe he's looking at it like, oh, maybe I underscored the value of what these quarterbacks can do just right out of the rip entering the NFL.
I don't think this is how that, and this is actually to their credit, I don't think this is how they react. I don't think they do a lot of reactionary to the rest of the NFL.
Because I do think there's coaches around the NFL. I agree with you, but I think there are coaches around the NFL that would look at last night, and if they had one of the drafted quarterbacks would say to themselves, oh, yeah, wow, Jackson Dart really did get that right away, didn't he?
Oh, by the way, I 100% agree. And by the way, it's not even just. And now, if you asked, is Jimmy Haslam thinking that way? That I cannot speak to, because that feels like a overreactionary, too involved owner mentality. But from Kevin and Andrew, I do give them the credit that even if this was a politically bargained or collectively bargained decision, in the end, I don't think it had anything to do with anything other than the dynamics in Berea. And I think it's interesting. Like, I think the Shedeur discourse has always been heightened. It's always been more interesting. But, yeah, I mean, there is going to be a segment of people watching on Sunday wondering, are we going to see Shedeur? I think that's what it is. So we've talked about, is it a win for Shedeur, this, that, and the other?
Yeah.
I do think it's now the idea of credible threat. Previously, it would have taken 2 quarterback injuries for you to get in as the emergency quarterback. Now it takes 1, and I think that's something that I think a fair amount of the Shedeur fans can. I don't want to say take. I don't want to say like take excitement on or anything, but like. Yeah, it actually feels a lot more likely Shedeur could be in a game within the next couple weeks simply because he is your backup.
I mean, I just keep following, and maybe it's not great to be as in line with the thinking of Jimmy Haslam as often as I appear to be in the Shedeur Sanders discussions, because it's not like Haslam's got a track record of making great decisions. But in this, when Haslam said you're going to see both rookie quarterbacks, I believe him. I believe that that's his thought. But like you said it like as if it should be political or as if it could be political. If Kevin Stefanski needs to make this as some sort of like concession to play Shedeur as the backup, then we got a big problem anyway. Because that means he doesn't believe in Shedeur to begin with. And that means that even if Shedeur does end up getting the job, Stefanski's doing it with a quarterback he doesn't want to have out there. And it also means Stefanski can't see the positives that Shedeur can offer up for him, and there's a blind spot there that we have to address as well.
I don't think it's like a glass half full or glass empty thing. I just think if we talk about the 2 glasses, Kevin's belief in Dillon and Kevin's belief in Shedeur, I think one is considerably more full than the other.
I agree with that. He likes Dillon Gabriel more. He's told us every way. That's like the big synopsis on all this is like the idea that he told you he likes Joe Flacco more than Shedeur. He likes Dillon Gabriel more than Shedeur. It's up to Joe Flacco, who's already achieved the job of not living up to the expectations Stefanski had for him. And then it's up to Dillon Gabriel to either do what Joe Flacco did and not live up to that, or go the other direction and actually prove Stefanski right.
We do have a few Dillon Gabriel conversations to have today, as there's a big opportunity for him on Sunday. Of course, we got Browns Steelers as well. But Shedeur is the backup. Is this the win that you Shedeur fans have been looking for out there, or does it still feel like a half measure from the Cleveland Browns? We got Browns Steelers to get into. We've got to react to Thursday Night Football. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Jason Pinkston, our buddy, former Browns offensive lineman, does live in Pittsburgh, grew up there. Yeah, we'll get his take on Browns Steelers on Sunday. We've also got Brian Batco, Steelers reporter for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette at 4. And we got Daryl Ryder coming up at 6 o'clock today. But 216-474-0092, is this the win? Do you feel like this is a win for as a Browns fan that Shedeur has been elevated to the number 2 quarterback spot? I will say it feels like more of a win because I don't have to watch Bailey on Sunday. But the Browns, Shedeur, and living in their own fears. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
With Game 5 in a winner-go-home game between the Seattle Mariners and Detroit Tigers. The Tigers are throwing Tarek Skubal on short rest against George Kirby. The winner heads to the League Championship Series to face off against the Toronto Blue Jays. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Anthony Allant.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, from 2 to 7 each and every weekday live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin breaking down the big news of the day. We got Steelers-Browns on Sunday. Shador is the backup. We got quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes. We do have Super Chat. You guys know you can not just listen to us on 92.3 The Fan over the airwaves, but the free Odyssey app. You can also watch along on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We continue to throw there out. We got Super Chat already.
I thought all chats were super chats.
Well, no. The chat in general, because it's for 92.3 The Fan, that's a super chat. But then there's the super chat of people paying to bump their messaging up.
You can tell I've gotten confused in the past couple days now.
I think most people are. I just want everyone to know you're super to me. Disciple saying, any given Sunday, Shador, Stefanski. Okay, so he's saying Shador is Willie Beeman and Stefanski's Al Pacino no. He added an extra no on Al Pacino.
Yeah, that sometimes happens. Yeah, sometimes that's his brother. That's Al's brother. Actually.
That's true. That'd be Stu Pacino.
Yeah.
Pacino
no.
Patino no. Now, all this being said, the funny thing is, it's going to be an interesting game on Sunday. I don't know it's going to be a fun game, but this should be an interesting game on Sunday. The only way to add a little more chaos to the Browns coming off London, the Steelers coming off bye, the Steelers having Aaron Rodgers at quarterback, the TJ Watt, Myles Garrett kerfuffle, DK Metcalf's crazy. He's in this game. Jerry Jeudy guaranteed at least one drop. The only way to sprinkle just a little bit more drama on this game is the idea that at any point Shador could come in for a series, for a play, or the rest of the game if something happened to Dillon Gabriel.
Now, I would ask you this. Are you rooting for something to happen where you see a scenario where Shador gets ushered in, even if a healthy Dillon Gabriel is there, as if they maybe combo it up a little bit, maybe a little wrinkle from Stefanski?
No, I hate anytime we do tandem stuff. This goes back to the premise of the left tackle spot. Mm-hmm. When I see coaching staffs in the NFL run out like a tandem left tackle spot, I assume you don't want to win. It's just counter logic, at least on not on the defensive line, but on the offensive line. That is one of the toughest spots to play, and continuity is so important to having the same five guys out there. I feel the same way about quarterback. Like, there are certain spots you can just swap kids in and out or swap players in and out on. Quarterback and offensive line are probably the two that it's like, please don't. Just let them alone and let them do their job and get comfortable.
If everything goes right, Dillon Gabriel plays start to finish on Sunday. That's got to be the goal. The goal is for Dillon Gabriel to be the only quarterback that you see. It was funny what you said like earlier last segment. It's like, another wrinkle in there where you got Shador, and I'm like, I don't think Shador is going to see the field at all. And so I've made my watching for this week, and really until the foreseeable future, around the idea that Dillon Gabriel is the starting quarterback, and that is what it is.
Is that setting the expectations low so that if it happens, you can then just be excited?
No, I'm going to give Dillon Gabriel the chance to win the job, and I'm going to give Stefanski the chance to prove us why he thinks he's right in this scenario. Mm-hmm. I don't think he's right. I think Shador's a better quarterback than Dillon Gabriel. I've been vocal about that, but like the bet that Shador has made is that Dillon's the better quarterback. I'm going to give Stefanski the chance to go ahead and prove me wrong and show me that he's right.
I think that's what's been interesting when we've talked about the handling of Dillon or the handling of Shador or the handling of the four-way quarterback battle. You know, 1 out of every 20 responses is, well, I mean, they're pretty close to the situation. They know what they're doing, as if there aren't teams that screw these kind of decisions up, as if the Browns have earned that sort of benefit of the doubt, and as if it's just as simple as, well, who's the best player they're going to go play. It's like, that's just not how the NFL works. That's like the idea that all teams are trying to win at every single moment. It's like, no, they are early in the season, but other factors come into play as the season goes on. Same thing with the quarterback position. There are so many different ways that guys can play for so many different reasons. And listen, I think if anything, what drafting 2 quarterbacks and then trading for another 2 quarterbacks has proven is just how complicated quarterback dynamics are for an organization. Because, again, I don't think we get to Dillon Gabriel starting as a simple Kevin Stefanski woke up and decreed it. I don't think we get to Shedeur as the backup because, well, Shedor's just looked better in practice. I think he has looked better in practice because he's going against Bailey Zappi. But I think we act like play in practice is the only thing that matters. It's like it's the NFL. There's a lot of politics here. And I do think Shedeur's the backup in spite of those politics.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a good thing that common sense prevailed today, and Shedeur gets to be the backup quarterback, so he's one quarterback away. But ultimately, as a Browns fan, you got to be sitting here just thinking to yourself, like, this is all for Dillon Gabriel. It's right there. Like, you hold the keys to really Shedeur's rookie season in many ways. Like, if you continue to play like you did last week, and if they continue to get wins off of that, or if they start getting wins off of that what we call an acceptable play, the runway is yours. And like, I don't know why. If you look good and you make Stefanski look good in the process, he's got no reason to move off of that.
So I think, I'm not here to tell you that wins and losses are how we grade quarterbacks long term. But I'm saying for the quarterback situation to remain what it is right now, barring health issues, barring anything else, yes, Dillon has to continue to look functional. The offense does need to show progress, by the way. But the number one thing is, to the idea of Dillon could feel any more heat because Shedeur's behind him. I'm sure there's probably part of that because it's the NFL, and I think Dillon is very cognizant of how Shedeur is viewed. The faithful Shedeur fans, dude. I'm sorry, just win the damn games.
You got to win the games.
You win the damn games, and
but
everything else is negotiable.
Yeah, but the part I want to speak on though that it just kind of bothers me a little bit. And it might surprise you is the idea that I want Dillon. Once you went with him, I want him to have an actual opportunity. Like, I think it's miserable if in 2 games you're just like, Dillon Gabriel stinks, Dillon Gabriel can't play. We obviously know that this isn't good, especially after week 1, which was not a bad week by any stretch of the measure, and then you just wave the white flag on the young man's career. Like, any other rookie would get more than 2 games to try to prove themselves, 2 or even 3 games to try to prove themselves. Most rookies get a long, long runway before anyone declares one thing or another, but in the situation the Browns have put themselves in, it almost feels like it's inevitable that the moment that Dillon Gabriel starts to, stumble a little bit, he's not going to have that same runway that, honestly, if the roles were reversed and it was Shedeur, I would want for Shedeur.
So the only thing I'll say is, if it's number 1 picks or first-round picks or even early second-round picks, yes. I don't think 3rd or 5th round picks should have much of a runway. Not in terms of, are you winning?
Well, I'm just asking to get to 3 or 4 games. I'm not asking for the world. Like at what point do we start just completely... Because here's the thing. The spirals really quickly if you're saying because you're a 3rd round pick, 2 games in, if you're at the 2nd game you just struggle and stink, I'm just getting rid of you.
No, I don't think it's that.
You're through like 7 quarterbacks.
I think it's if you crater, you just don't. You don't owe Dillon what maybe what the Giants owe Jackson Dart. Right? You don't owe Dillon what certainly the Titans owe Cam Ward.
I've taken Crater off the table with Dillon only because last week he didn't come anywhere close to cratering. So do I need to put cratering back on the table?
I think this is a really tough game for him. I think that's a really good defense. It gets a lot more pressure. They're going to be able to get in the backfield a lot more. Unless
the Vikings defense is one of the better rated defenses in the NFL so far this year.
It is, but they don't... because Van Ginkel's out, because they got a couple other injuries. Like it was John Grenard and then a couple other... They're stacked. They're stacked at pass rushers. And it's not just that. It's your 2nd game, so there's real tape on you. It's your 2nd game that's coming off the London game. I think this is a really tough ask of Dillon to go on the road and get this win. It really is. And it doesn't mean he won't do it.
It is.
It doesn't mean we can't hope for it. But Yeah, I mean, I think if there was going to be a Dylan has the, oh my God, this looks really bad game, this should be it.
I guess, but how they had him operating in game one that he played, it just kind of, it almost feels like it's crater proof, where he just didn't throw the ball down the field much, and he just kind of, it's a lot of dink and dunk in many ways. Like, it's passes that I know that he can complete. Now, maybe he just starts to have interceptions creep in. Steelers, they create a ton of turnovers, ton of takeaways. Maybe that's what it ends up being, but I don't look at Dylan as somebody that's just going to crater.
Trevor with a super chat on YouTube. The clock has started for Gabriel. Hope for the best. I mean, I think the clock has started on all of them. The clock started the second that you made the trade for the number 2 pick that allowed you to get a future first. Like, the Browns signaled their hand. And then basically, Dylan and Shedeur, I don't want to call them hedge bets because that feels, but they were like, hey, we're going to do this unless somebody pulls the sword from the stone.
Yeah, but why I think Dylan's got a longer runway in the scenario is because it is much more a reflection of Stefanski, Dylan Gabriel is, than Shedeur Sanders is. We know how Stefanski feels towards Dylan, and we know not only the comments he's made, but how this has been perceived the entire time. Like, he believes in Dylan more, and he believes that he can get his talent with Dylan out. And so if you're not able to there, and you have to go to Shedeur, listen, I want to watch Shedeur play, but that is a reflection of you, Stefanski.
Paul also saying on the old super chat there, you guys weren't paying attention in training camp. He's a backup at best. He's going to keep you in it, but he's nothing special. Yeah, I mean, I think that's most people's takeaway on Dylan, but this opportunity is the opportunity to show that he's more than that.
Right, we're just saying, or I'm just saying, just show us, Stefanski, prove us that you believe in Dylan Gabriel, and you're right about Dylan Gabriel.
And it's interesting, I think this is a really tough game to have any expectation for any quarterback. If Joe Flacco was in this game, this would be the 6th game he would have played this year. I'd probably have diminished expectations for Joe. On top of the fact, by the way, I still don't have enough evidence that your offense is anywhere close to hitting the ground running and hitting hitting the notes you need to be in games like this.
I know, but then and I don't want to make this all about the Giants last night because we'll get to them in the 3:00 hour, but what happened last night? They're without Malik Neighbors. They're without Darius Slayton. They have the top 2 wide receivers gone. They have half of a offensive line, and it didn't matter for Jackson Dart. Like some quarterbacks, it doesn't really matter what's around them. They'll make things happen. Dart and Scadaboo did that last night. Sorry, Dylan. I know it's not a great spot to put you in, but other quarterbacks across the NFL are doing it right now.
Now, the question becomes, is naming Shedeur the backup a vote of confidence? I will say, I mean, I think even if I think it was collectively bargained, even if I think it was a chip for Stefanski to use, I don't know what he would have been going for across the board. But even if that's true, yes, I do think this is the vote of confidence in the same way that if they came out this week and opened up the playbook for Dylan, that would be a vote of confidence as well, right?
Are you expecting that?
No. And
I'm not either.
I think at some point they have to do it. But here's the problem with Dylan. I don't think you open up a playbook for Dylan because I don't think he's the guy that's going to throw down the field consistently. I think the guy that's going to throw at least to the mid-range consistently is the guy that's backing him up.
Agreed. That's why I think a lot of fans want to see Shedeur out there. But it's one of those things. The heavy bet for Stefanski, where he has pushed his chips in the middle of the table, is not with Shedeur Sanders. Let's go remind ourselves that. It's not with Shedeur, it's with Dylan. So Dylan's going to have a longer runway there because of that, and Dylan's going to be more of a reflection of what we think Kevin Stefanski can do as a coach than even Shedeur is.
I do want to push quick hits here because I think we're having some good conversations on this. 216-474-0092. I think Dylan's seat is hot because he's a 3rd-round pick, and there is the perception of him around the NFL as more of a backup than a starter. And because it's the NFL, and I think Dylan is probably smart enough to know how the league works. I do think just by being in the same quarterback room that Shedeur just naturally makes it hotter because there's a lot of noise that comes with Shedeur. But I don't it's interesting. I think Dylan's seat gets hot when Dylan plays poorly or they lose too much. I think Dylan's at a real advantage here over Shedeur because of everything we've talked about with Stefanski. 216-474-0092. We're going to push quick hits. Are the Browns living in their own fears? With Shedeur, we'll come up with that in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Mariners are hosting the Tigers in Game 5. Both teams are hoping to win and move on to face the Blue Jays in the League Championship Series. Tarik Skubal will go for Detroit, but on short rest. George Kirby takes a mound for Seattle. First pitch is at 8 o'clock. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Anthony Allant.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin here. Just so you guys know, we are having a glitch or two on the Odyssey app, so don't be afraid to hop over there on the YouTube channel. Our buddy Joe Murs told us about it. I was like, come on, join us on YouTube. Get in the chat if you will. And we, of course, are talking about the news of the day. Shedeur is going to be the backup quarterback. And with that, Jason Lloyd went on the Scoop City podcast, usually with Diana Rossini. I think today the host, this time I think James Palmer was the host.
Diana.
Hopefully
Diana, what are we doing?
Hopefully Chase was there.
I work at a different network now, Diana.
Oh, that's right. Is he still on the pod? No, I don't even know.
No, I think he's been off the pod for a while now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I thought you were like a big Diana Rossini stan.
Yeah, I kind of stopped listening because of Chase Daniel.
That's unfortunate.
I've been listening to in 6 weeks because he just
Diana.
I think he's
Diana,
gone.
what are we doing?
Well, now I'm gonna have to start listening again.
Yeah.
Good news for
Your
me.
show's back.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Maron's retiring from his podcast, so I've lost that one. Bring a new podcast right into it. But Jason was on the Scoop City podcast talking about the Browns' fears about Shedeur Sanders.
He's extremely likable, but he just casts this shadow over everything. I honestly, I'm not trying to be dramatic with this. I don't see any other alternative. Either ownership is pushing this on them, which is not entirely out of the question, or they are so afraid of having another Baker Mayfield situation blow up on him. He's not good enough to promote, but they're scared of what he may become 2 or 3 years from now, so they're just going to hold on to him and keep him on the 53.
That's incredible.
There was a lot there.
There was a lot there.
There was a lot.
I cannot wrap my head around the idea of we're afraid he's going to become another Baker Mayfield, because that means you didn't learn the damn lesson of Baker Mayfield, which is who gives a rat's butt cheeks what the guy says into a microphone. If he's good enough to win with in the NFL, how about you just put him on the field and let him do it?
Oh, you see, I thought it was something different. You're probably right in your assessment. My bird brain took it to a different way. I thought he was talking about if he becomes another Baker Mayfield, like he was 10 to 15th in the class, and they didn't know, should they pay him, should they not pay him, what are they? And now, obviously, hindsight show us they should have just paid him and then just built the team around Baker, and you probably would have had a lot of success. But at the time, they thought in the AFC North you couldn't win that way.
I just find it
with a 10 to 15 quarterback.
I just find it incredibly ironic that you would have moved on from Baker with that logic 3 years ago, and then you took the lowest ceiling quarterback in the draft with Dylan Gabriel. There's some galaxy brain stuff that goes on sometimes, but like the idea that this organization would be afraid of what? Like casting a shadow how does that matter? I don't understand being afraid of big personalities. I really don't. And they do seem to be allergic at that, not at wide receiver, because Jerry Jeudy is certainly a big David Njoku, another big personality.
Myles Garrett, about as big as it gets.
Myles Garrett. They've had Jadeveon Clowney.
David Njoku.
The David Njoku. There's countless guys
you got personalities.
But at the quarterback spot, who cares? Who gives a rip what shadow a guy casts? Can he play football? Why is that not And again, I understand. I'll be honest with you. When I hear afraid of the shadow that Shedeur casts, can I tell you 100% who I think it is? I think it's Kevin.
Well, it sounds like Kevin.
I just don't.
Because Kevin and Baker clashed in that regard, and it seems like Kevin wants everyone to be the quarterback that he took the NFC title game in Case Keenum.
This idea of living in your fears. You've brought in guys who are accused of some really rough stuff. None more so than Deshaun Watson. But because he comes out in the media and goes, hey, you live to fight another down, that's better?
Yeah, it's dumb.
What kind of mental gymnastics does it take to be listen, Deshaun's been accused of some things. He's being sued for some things off the field. All right? And those are problematic. But when he gets in that quarterback room, he just says, yes, sir, no, sir. What the hell are we talking about?
You would have thought that they would be swerving into trying to find almost what is the next Baker in many ways. Like, all right, we got it wrong there. Now maybe we can learn from that lesson and we can get it right in the future. And obviously, Jason's making the suggestion that that's not really the case here.
I just think it's weird that you can overcome deficits in personality, in off the field issues, in every other position but the quarterback position, which that's again why it leads me to believe this is about the head coach. And I just think, like, I don't know how Kevin Stefanski expects to exist in the NFL in a world where the only quarterbacks you can coach are the blandest personalities like Timu Tua.
You got to be Ned Flanders. You got to have Kirk Cousins come on down, which makes it surprising they didn't actually trade for Kirk Cousins if this is the kind of quarterback that they want.
And and by the way, again, this would 100% continue to point to the fact that it was not Kevin who drafted Shedeur. And that it was, in my opinion, it's still Andrew Berry.
I don't think we need any more evidence to even point in that direction, do we? All we're doing is compiling at this point because it's been so obvious from Jump Street that he had nothing to do with Shedeur based off of the decisions that he continues to make. Congratulations. Even if Shedeur plays, let's say 3 weeks from now, you're the third quarterback that'll play this year. That's not really much belief in you. You're the third off the board.
To me, it's not even about Shedeur. This is about Kevin. It's like, listen, I know Andrew Berry was the he was conductor number one on the, we're not going to pay Baker Mayfield and we got to go get Deshaun Watson. Right? I know he probably, not probably, I believe the reporting is correct that he progenited the idea and then he got Kevin on board. And once Kevin was on board, then they went to Jimmy Haslam. But I think Kevin was on board because he just couldn't handle the personality of Baker Mayfield. And it's like, I don't get it. Like, I've met so many football coaches of so many different personalities. Greg Williams.
Yeah.
I haven't met Greg, but I know of Greg, right?
I've met Greg.
Ron Rivera, who I've met. I've met Matt Rule. They're so good at coaching everyone. And the idea that there'd be one position you'd have that you're afraid, guys, we would be the luckiest you-know-whats on the planet. If I'm talking about to the exact letter of the law, if Shedeur became Baker Mayfield. If he came with the circus, and by the way, he just doesn't come with like the anchor of Baker. I think the biggest problem with Baker behind the scenes is he get really grumpy at people. That doesn't seem to be this kid at all.
I'm trying to think of all the quarterbacks you would take off the board instantly for Kevin Stefanski. Like any sort of prior, any sort of, it's like half the league. I can't stop coming up with different names I started with Dak and I just kept going down the list in my head, and it's like there's so many different quarterbacks that you'd have that Stefanski all right, so Stefanski's got the parameters for Stefanski is not only do you have to be a choir boy, you have to be this great, upstanding model citizen in bed by 9 o'clock and all these
TikTok.
other things. Yeah, which by the way, Dylan Gabriel, I've seen you on TikTok. I've seen him and his fiance on TikTok together.
That's his girl's TikTok. That's
because it's not as popular, I guess it doesn't matter. But neither here nor there. So you have to be this just cut and dry person, and you're taking out 3/4 of the league when it's all said and done. So also then you also can't throw the ball deep too. Apparently, that's the other part that he doesn't want you to do.
So you
have to be a check down Charlie, an A dot, basically anemic to A dot in general, and then you also have to be a choir boy. Like you're getting like 3 guys in 10 years to be able to do that.
I clearly have just reacted to the Browns are afraid. Kevin Stefanski is afraid that Shedeur will turn into another Baker with all that entails. Is there anything I'm missing from that point? Because you mentioned it. There was a lot in there, and most of it was like head scratching, like, what are we doing? Because Jason also wrote the piece, and we didn't get to it yesterday because we were still waiting for this decision on who's going to be the backup. And again, Shadeur's the backup on Sunday. Dylan's going to obviously continue to be the starter. But like Jason Lloyd yesterday writing the piece, they should just move on from him. That's the part of the Shedeur discourse that's like, guys, I'm rooted in whoever is the Browns quarterback succeeding. This week, that's Dylan Gabriel. Let's get it, baby. Let's get it, Timu Tua, right? When it becomes Shedeur, it's going to be Shedeur, right? If it's Bailey freaking Zappi, it's going to be Bailey Zappi. But this idea that we're 5 weeks in, there's just too much with Shedeur. Huh? What? There's just too much noise. That's not why they're 1-4. They're 1-4 because they're crap.
Yeah, you're not 1-4 because he pantomimed.
I'm sorry, guys. I did honestly.
Which everyone else made way too big a deal of.
100% agree. But I don't understand Jason's point at all that they should just move on because they can't handle it. I get it that a 5th-round pick has long odds. And just thinking of Shedeur as just a 5th-round pick is absolutely part of the Shahader playbook. I'm not saying Jason's thinking that, but I'm just saying if you go to letter law, I get it with the 5th-round pick. There's no surprises here. We knew that people would be talking a lot about Shedeur. So the idea that you get in, it's like, oh, there's so much noise around him. Uh-huh.
Well, and that's also the part of me that thinks, again, reason number 12 million that we don't need to, that it was Haslam and not Stefanski and Barry, is because Haslam does love the noise. Haslam likes to be talked about. I look at him like Jerry Jr., like he is Jerry Jones light in many ways. And so, like, there's a part of him that he likes all the national conversation that's happening over the previous few weeks around this football team. Because you know what? If you didn't have Shedeur right now, and nobody would be talking about the Browns in general at all from a national perspective.
Michael in Canton, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Nicky Biggs Wilson, a voice from the Wayback Machine, Fader, West Market Street, Akron.
What's up, my guy?
You are spot on, brother. This whole thing about Stefanski not being able to handle personalities, they should have ran his ass out of town before they ran Baker out of town. The night Baker planted that flag at the Horseshoe in Columbus, I said to my son, who might have been 13 at the time, that's the guy. That's the guy the Browns need to go get. He said, are you out of your mind? What an a-hole this guy is. Why would they want him? I said, that's the kind of chutzpah and stones it's going to take to rescue the most bereft franchise in the last 50 years in Cleveland. They had him. They let him get away because Stefanski got his feelings hurt that the kid not only knew more about offense than him, but he'd already put up big numbers as a rookie under damn Freddie Kitchens before Stefanski ever got there. Think about personalities, and I hate to switch sports on you. Look at what Grover did in those glory days of the Indians when he had guys like Kenny Lofton, Albert Bell, Baerga, and, of course, our shortstop Vizquel. He had all those personalities in one clubhouse and was able to manage it and succeed. Stefanski had one quarterback, and if I have to hear one more time that he was too immature to handle it, he was a 23-year-old kid that was having huge success at the NFL level. Yeah, that might give you a big head.
Fader, it's good to hear, brother. Thank you so much.
Much love.
Very good man there. So here's...
Why didn't you put Fader in the chat instead of Michael?
Because only I know. That's a nickname for Mike.
Now we all know, though. You use the nickname. Now we all know.
I wouldn't have known if he hadn't said Fader.
You're the only one that reads the chat, though. If he would have just called in and said Fader, you're the exact person that would have been good for.
Now we're really going to get super confusing because that's the call screener, and you referred to it as a chat, and then I referred to the chat as a super chat, and now my eyes are cross-eyed.
Too many chats.
This being said, that actually is the quintessential, the thing that I think Mike was hitting at and that I think you and I are both hitting at is I actually think Kevin does need somebody who is anti-Kevin. I don't think Kevin's a great natural leader. I don't think he's a naturally great communicator. And that's what Baker was. And I'll tell you this. I think it's what Shedeur can be. I'm talking about as a communicator and as a leader. Because I do think he has personality. I do think he relates to this town. And I think Baker was the same way. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that the Baker-Shedeur comparisons, even though it's not a perfect one-for-one, if you can't learn your lesson from Baker Mayfield, I'm not trying to be literal here, but get the hell out of my town.
The similarities between Baker and Shedeur always amaze me because they really are. They're they're rampant is what it is. And then the through line is there. And it's funny, even yesterday I was thinking to myself, I'm like, man, I remember the last time I really got criticized for loving a player. The last time I really got criticized for just loving and going in on a player, it was when you were gone and I was here at the station. I was the only one that loved Baker, and it felt like it was just me against the entire station when it came to Baker. And then it's like it took 4 years, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh yeah, we were right on that one. And it feels in a very similar way that way with Shedeur in many regards too. And it's just I'd love to do a study, like a case study, as to why people like myself are attached to both Baker and Shedeur. And I think it's a lot of the intangibles. I think it's a lot of the leadership. I think it's a lot of those things that Stefanski was scared of that I tend to swerve to.
216-474-0092. After you heard the Jason Lloyd clip, do you think the Browns are living in their own fears with Shedeur? But the Browns, Shedeur, Jackson Dart, Dylan Gabriel, and the not-so-subtle art of recency bias in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
pick next year.
Absolutely zero concern. If he goes out and he gets fired at the end of this year, you can always say he tried to do what was best by the franchise. He never did what was in the best interest of his own job.
Yeah, he's not trading for players right now to save a job.
Yes.
He's not doing an A.J. McCarron.
We've seen guys do that. Andrew's not doing that. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Boom! As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
In any decision with the football team, just want to make sure I take my time and make sure I'm doing what's right for all the players. And that's this decision. That's really every decision I make.
That is Kevin Stefanski explaining.
Long-winded as usual, that's Stefanski.
I mean, he just too much. Kevin, keep those cards a little closer to the vest there.
You asked in between the break, you're like, which clip do you want to go with? We got 2, we got 3, we got 4. Which one's good to you? And I'm like, it's not going to matter with him.
You know why I got spoiled?
It's all going to be 5 seconds and that's it.
I got spoiled by the press conference earlier this week where even though he said nothing, he said everything with his answers. But that was Kevin Stefanski talking about the time it took to name Shedeur the backup and make this decision. We do have Jason Pinkston coming up in just about 20 minutes. I might not be ready to share the station issues that have happened that happen to coincide with society falling apart in about.
Right. You sound like you're getting really ready to do it, though.
I'm not ready. I'm still, I would say crestfallen, but I don't know what that word means. But if I knew what it means, that could be it. But if it's not, it's either that or quick hits at 3:40 after Pink. We'll see. As we get you ready on
keep talking about it in between every break. I kind of want you to just do it now.
I'm just not ready. You know, I mean,
every break, he's like, he's infuriated over this.
I was going to say, I can see him being so animated past the glass.
I don't even know what it is, though. That's the part that's keeping me up, wondering what's going on.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Because it matters to you. It matters to Mac. It matters to Jake. It matters to everybody that works at this station,
the
at this cluster.
heavy bet is it's not going to matter to me at all.
I think
the heavy bet.
Well, no. You might not identify with it yet. But you will. You damn sure will.
Did someone cross me?
I thought.
I did the emphasis on me there in a funny way.
I thought crossing me was crossing you. I don't know.
Me?
I don't know. We'll see. But it might be 3:40. We'll see. We might do quick hits there. But I do think it's interesting. I know Baskin today talked about the Browns have now put a lot of pressure on Dillon Gabriel by naming Shedeur the backup. Mm-hmm. And like, if fans right now are clamoring for Shedeur, I'm not. When he, I think it's fated he'll play. I'm excited to see him play when he plays. But I understand, like, let's be real here. The Dillon's second start is not as big a story as Shedeur being the backup because Shedeur does have sizzle. Some of that's media creation. Some of that's Shedeur Camp's creation.
And some of that's in this case was the Browns' creation in many ways. They could have stopped the story on Tuesday.
I think that's 100% right. And so I think
need to highlight that a little bit, don't we?
Go ahead.
Oh, just the idea that like everyone's like, oh, it's always on Shedeur. It's always Shedeur's fault. He's the one that brings all this attention. He's the one that brings this and all that. Well, I mean, the Browns could have easily stopped this thing on Tuesday. You could have done the common sense play. What everyone thought should happen to begin with is everyone moves up. What Brian McFadden say? He was like, just everyone moves up one, and then you just keep the trains rolling down the track, and you don't have to worry about it. And the Browns instead decided to play basically, how do we get the most attention possible for 3 days straight? You could have stopped this on Tuesday. On Wednesday, in the open portion to the media, the practice that was set, you could have put Shedeur at the backup quarterback spot next to Dillon Gabriel the way that you do every single week with the backup quarterback. Instead, you put him over there with the practice squad players. That's not on Shedeur. That's on the Browns. Like, the Browns have a hand in all of this. Like, they really do. It's bothersome to me that way.
So, I don't disagree. Can I give you 2 more plausible theories on why they just didn't call Shedeur the backup on Tuesday? One, they actually do like the distraction. They don't like the distraction when they're playing well or when something good happens and then they have to talk about Shedeur. Like Dillon being named the starter last week. But...
like, we're not talking about how much you suck at football right now?
Bingo! I don't think that matters to Kevin. Might matter to the people that run the organization above Kevin and maybe even above Andrew Berry. The second one is, I think it is. They might be painfully aware that the perception of them is that things are going to disarray. That this is becoming the same old Browns, verbiage that I've certainly used this week, and they wanted to use the Shedeur decision to show, hey, we're still being incredibly well thought out. We're still being incredibly, intentional. I think that's a word they've used a lot in all of our decisions. Meaning, we're going to use the Shedeur decision to paint us as somebody that, hey, there's no disarray here. The thought partners are still thinking partnerly. And that's
even confusing still too. Like, so what happened to the people that were trying to tell us that through leaked sources that Shedeur wasn't ready and wasn't and needed so much more time to cook? Is that not just completely contradicting itself then when you make them one play away from being put in the football game?
I mean, I think their reaction will be, well, we didn't leak that. I think when
That's
you
been
leak
their message the entire time.
It is, but when you leak it through third parties, you can say we don't know who said that in the organ. There's plausible deniability there versus if they had said it themselves.
We had Daryl on this morning on with Ken and Anthony being like, the Browns are doing. And Daryl will join us later. Be like, the Browns are doing this right. They're finally doing this right. And it's like, well, hold on. Since you named him the backup quarterback, that goes up against everyone that thought that they were doing it right and slow playing Shedeur in any sort of way. Are those same people going to turn around? Will Daryl tonight turn around and say, what are the Browns doing with Shedeur Sanders? How dare they? What do they do? They're not treating him the right way. I don't think we're going to get that from Daryl today.
I don't think we will either. But I also think
funny how it works.
I think when
just pointing it out.
I think when the Browns leak things, it's the extra step away from what is reality. Meaning they can leak anything they want to the media because it then falls on Daryl. It falls on the beat reporters. It falls on the national reporters, and I think they've gotten away with that. And I mean,
I think they love that, by the way.
100%.
And I think they love when they make the national reporters and the local reporters look like idiots. I think they set them up sometimes to look like idiots. I think the whole draft process and what happened with the trade out of number 2, obviously it was for good football reasons, not suggesting that, but the misdirection that Andrew Berry kept playing with the media the entire time, where they had everyone certain that Abdul Carter was going to be the choice at number 2, to then have everyone certain it was Travis Hunter to be the pick at number 2. Like, they just like playing these games. They love these games, and they love the idea that they can get people to just take the bait and then eventually sound like idiots. That's what they love. They eat it up.
How much pressure is on Dylan? Or how much added pressure is on Dylan because of Shedeur?
I told you earlier, I disagree with Baskin's assessment. I do feel like the fans and everyone, but Stefanski doesn't pay attention to that noise nearly as much as people think that he does. I think the fans will be clamoring for Shedeur, drive one that fails with Dylan Gabriel. But I think the understanding there is that Dylan Gabriel, at least my understanding of it, is that Kevin Stefanski needs this to work with Dylan Gabriel. This is his choice. This is the quarterback that he has said he loves and is the first one out of the gate outside of Joe Flacco. So he's going to have a long leash here in many respects to be able to showcase what he can and cannot do, because it's more important to Kevin that Gabriel is the one that works than it being Shedeur.
I think I do believe that the depiction of Dylan is a really good kid, really smart kid, very mature. I do think that's correct. I also think that there is, I don't know if jealousy is the right word, but between the two times where was he talking about Shedeur, was he not talking about Shedeur?
This goes back even further than that. This is like the wrist up moment.
100%.
Yep. Rookie photo, everyone putting wrist up, and Dylan's over there sulking, rightfully so.
So it's not 100% on the up and up from me. And it doesn't mean that, by the way, it's a huge deal either. But I would just say, if Dylan feels insecure just because Shedeur is backing him up, he's already cooked as an NFL quarterback. To the people worried about Dylan Gabriel, it's like, no, the entirety of becoming a starting quarterback in the NFL, or being the starting quarterback even for a week, it's a giant stress test. And by the way, I think the reverse for Shedeur is the giant stress test of you're not starting, you've never not started in college, you got to figure this out, right? These are necessary tests that each of these young men have to go through. And if they fail it, there's your answer. And it's unfair to both of them that this has become a one-season prism. That's also the NFL.
Yeah.
Like, we get into these things of fair, unfair. It doesn't matter if it's fair or unfair, but it can only be more pressure on Dylan if Dylan allows it, or if Dylan has a soft spot in his armor because of Shedeur.
I mean, he's a bigger man.
There's the answer.
He's a bigger man than I am if he doesn't let it get to him.
He's not, though. He's a very tiny fellow.
Yeah. I'm almost 6'2".
Right into
I'm
it.
almost 6'2".
Yeah.
He's a tiny little guy.
He wishes he was
Peterlin.
Peterlin.
He would have been a first-round pick if he had Peterlin height. My older brother is 6'4". 6'3". My younger brother is 6'4", and I'm just approaching 6'2". He would have killed for some Peterlin height.
That's true. Just a little bit of it.
So the point is, though, that like he's a much bigger man than I am, though. Seriously, though, in the respect of if he doesn't hear or doesn't see Shedeur breathing down his neck, like I don't know how you don't. It would be very incredible if he's just able to lock in and not focus on anything else around Shedeur. In fact, I don't even know how they do the whole Shedeur is supposed to help him throughout the week get better and do all that. I know Shedeur's a really good teammate, but even some of that stuff it would be hard in many aspects.
C in Cleveland joining us. C, welcome to the show. Happy Football Friday.
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
I was thinking, and it's a different approach. I put myself in the coach's place. I'm thinking what happened was everybody before the draft, I'm talking about the first of the year, February, everybody was talking about how good Shedeur was. So, for me, I'm not a professional football player, but
yet
I waited for football. I waited. And then when it's time, we're listening, and we're listening to these experts saying, oh, he's this, oh, he's great, oh, he's going to be number one. We're even talking about men that's sitting at a desk like Mel. Mel was really upset, and then he fell. He fell all the way down to the 5th round. My thing is, I believe that there is a split between the front office and the coaching staff. I wouldn't like it if I drafted a quarterback in the 3rd round and then someone else drafted one in the 5th round. Sierpasky, every time he does something, somebody else, but they're not saying this, somebody else is doing something else. The Browns was okay. And then you brought number 4 in. That's when we started going downhill. We bring in number 4, but that's not bad enough. Then we had to change the offense with the other coordinator. That didn't work out at all. That's not the coach's game.
I see.
He likes to dink and dunk.
We are up against it, C, so we do have to run, but we appreciate it. What do you make of that call?
I wish we had Sweet Chin music is what I make of that call.
That's fair. I didn't understand where...
It's their bit.
We ended up...
But I wish we had it on our show at that point.
We kind of ended up going... We started doing the history of the Browns. There was a lot there. 216-474-0092. How much added pressure is on Dylan Gabriel now that Shedeur is the backup? Can only be added pressure if he allows it. Jason Pinkston, former Browns offensive lineman, in 5 minutes. Get you ready for the Steelers-Browns game in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey!
and Detroit. The Tigers are throwing Tarek Skubal on short rest against George Kirby. The winner of that game tonight heads off to the League Championship Series to face off the Toronto Blue Jays. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Anthony Allant.
There's only one place for a full recap of practice in Berea. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Shedeur Sanders is the backup. We got Browns, Steelers on Sunday in Pittsburgh. Dylan Gabriel's second start. Are we in the midst of a quarterback controversy? No. If the Browns are a well-led organization, it shouldn't be a controversy. But I did just use the condition if the Browns are a well-run organization, and that remains to be seen. Right? This ultimately is Dylan versus Shedeur. This is kind of just the perfect stress test.
But I don't even look at it like Dylan versus Shedeur, Nick. I look at it like it's Dylan versus Dylan for right now.
No, that's the way it should be, because that's the way it is.
It's the way it is.
But I think it can turn into that in those buildings, and that's why it's the stress test.
Like, the frustrating part of your Shedeur in this equation is that if Dylan Gabriel's awesome, guess what? You're not going to see the field. That's your reality. Like, Dylan, in getting the first rookie out of the gate opportunity, that's the leg up that you have. You have the job, and you don't have to give it away.
We do have quick hits coming up as well. At some point, we're going to deal with this issue that is facing the station. That has come. We got evidence. We got maybe some testimony. It'll be from me, but some testimony. We'll deal with that as well. But Shedeur's the backup. Browns, Steelers on Sunday in Yinzertown. We're going behind enemy lines with a friendly face. You know him. You love him. Former Pitt offensive lineman, former Browns offensive lineman, Jason Pinkston joins us now on the Fan Hotline. What's up, buddy?
How are you guys?
We're doing all right here. It's a football Friday. It's an F-off Friday. I guess we'll get your initial reaction. What is your initial reaction to the fact that Shedeur Sanders will be the backup this weekend?
I'm fine with that. You know, I think he's done enough in training camp and preseason games. I thought Dylan went out there and he played well versus the Vikings. I thought he threw some nice passes, and you know, I think he earned the right to be the guy out there on the field Sunday. And I think it's a good opportunity for sure. Look, listen, you're the second guy. God forbid something happened to Gabriel on Sunday, and if your name's called, your name's called, and you know, good for you. I'm honestly tired of hearing about Shedeur. I just want to see football, and I want to see this team turn the corner and start winning football games. You know, sometimes the media and myself and fans, you know, everyone's talking, and the focus is Shedeur, and I think the focus needs to be the guys that are on the field and the guys that are, you know, trying to win us a football game. Good for Shedeur. He's now the second string quarterback. If God forbid if something happens to Gabriel, if we need him, great. Hopefully he can go in there and he can throw some balls and show us what he really has.
All right, then get us set up for this weekend. Is this week bigger for Stefanski or Dylan Gabriel?
I think it's both. Honestly, you know, I think more so for Coach Stefanski. I think that you know, this obviously it's the Pittsburgh Steelers, and any time that Cleveland can go in there and steal a win or, you know, get a win, it's a huge momentum boost for us, the town, the fans, the entire city. But you know, we lost to a banged up football team last week in the Minnesota Vikings. They're missing multiple starters on offense, and you know, I felt and I understand that, you know, you didn't throw the whole playbook at you know, the first time starting rookie quarterback. But however, I thought that, you know, we played not to lose, and it ended up biting us in the end. And we lost that football game. So I think this is a big week, obviously, for the entire team and the organization. If we can get a win on Sunday, I think hopefully that it can give us some momentum moving forward. And, you know, I think we are playing a football game that is very winnable if we can run the ball, control the line of scrimmage, and not let T.J. Watt, you know, wreck the game, and, you know, let DK Metcalf run free with broken coverage and thing. I think this is a winnable football game.
Jason Pinkston on the fan hotline here with Nick and JP breaking down this Browns-Steelers game on Sunday. So I guess you kind of hinted to it there. After this, you've got the Dolphins at home, then the Patriots and Jets. What does a win do for the Browns on Sunday?
It gives you that confidence that, things are working out. It's starting to turn for the right direction. And, no one thought that we would trade Joe Flacco this week, but things have happened. So I was sitting back this week and I was kind of confused on the plan, on what was happening with the team. I thought Pickett was going to be in the mix there. Obviously, he got hurt, didn't play any preseason. We were rolling with Flacco. And listen, I thought Joe did a decent job. There were some interceptions that weren't his fault, and there were some big-time drops by our receivers and tight ends that weren't his fault, that did not help him. We got Jenkins back, and he's running the ball well. But I just was kind of confused there on where we were going and where this is ending up. And, some of these younger rookies didn't get any reps in preseason, and now here we are. They're 1-2. But, I think a win could really change the direction for us. We have some very favorable games that can be had, that we can win versus the Dolphins and Jets. We just need to get a win. Just a winning solves everything, and a win would really help. The continuity of the team, the bonding. We need a win. We really do, really bad.
Pink, I think Quinshon might be a star. What do you see when you watch him play?
He is no doubt going to be a star. I mean, I was reading that people said he didn't have breakout speed. I saw him break, and he's making guys miss. He's running people over. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. I think we hit a home run with this guy. And I think most of our rookies in this draft class that have played are actually performing pretty well at a high level, that we do have something we can build on. But, Judkins, seeing him run the football, I mean, had we didn't have those penalties, I think he would have finished well over 150 yards rushing versus a good Minnesota Vikings defense that was playing pretty well. So, I mean, the sky's the limit for that guy. I just hope we don't have to overwork him to get what we need to get done, and I hope that we can help him with the pass game. But he can definitely help us and open things up for us on the back end with the way he's running the ball, because you have to respect it.
Pink, it's been interesting. I know you still live in Pittsburgh. You're from there. We forgive you for it because you're a former Cleveland Browns player. But, there's been so much talk about the Steelers, and there's a lot of people nationally that do not want to buy into them as a good team. I don't think they're a finished product yet, which is even more impressive to me. Do you think the Steelers are as good as advertised?
Listen, you can only go by what their record says, and right now they're sitting at 4-1. I thought the Jets, you really got after them, and they let that slip away, and then obviously the Seahawks went in there and handled business. I think they're a solid football team. They have a good veteran quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. I think they have a good receiver in DK Metcalf, a couple nice tight ends. I think the defense is a little older, and they're not playing together yet at a high level. There's been some teams that have been really able to run the football on them and make big plays, and we are going in there. I know our offensive line is kind of banged up, and we're shuffling things around to try to get the right fit for our team. But I think if we can go in there and establish the run, I think we'll be okay. And listen, the Pittsburgh Steelers, they are who they are. It's always going to be a dogfight when the Browns come to town or the Steelers go up to Cleveland. It's always going to be a hard-fought football game. You can flip a coin in the way which way it's going to go, and I really like it because it's a rivalry football game, and I'm just hoping we can go in there and take care of business.
Has the T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett debate been put to bed? Is it just it's Myles with a bullet?
If you're still having this debate, you're delusional. I mean, it's Myles Garrett by a landslide. The guy just changes the football game. I mean, he really changes what you do on offense. I mean, he can really wreck the football game, and I'm looking forward to see him Sunday. I thought he's been just a not off, but their teams are really keying on him and what he's doing. It's allowing other people to make plays, and I know this is a big one. He's going to be ramped up for it, obviously, because some of the things that TJ has said in the past, and media folks have said in the past. But to me, Myles Garrett is the best defensive player in the National Football League, and he's been so for a couple years now. And you can't take anything away from that guy. You won't see another player like him for a long time.
Pink, the Browns making 2 trades today: Joe Flacco for a pick swap, and then Greg Newsome and a 7th rounder to Jacksonville for Tyson Campbell in a 6th rounder, which ended up being basically a salary cutting move by the Cleveland Browns. If you're in the locker room this week, what's the vibe? How do those kind of deals, trading your former starting quarterback and maybe downgrading at corner to save some money, but have somebody here long term, how are those received within a locker room?
I think it sends the message as, hey, and listen, I love Greg Newsome. I loved what he did for us. He was a fiery player. He was very active. I mean, every corners have one of the hardest jobs in the NFL. You're out there, you're by yourself. I thought he battled. I thought he played well. I was shocked to see him go. Obviously, I'm not up in those offices and making those decisions. But the message I would have taken from it as a player, like, hey, we better get this thing going because, they're not afraid to trade somebody, get somebody out of there and try to get somebody else in there, whether it be an upgrade to the position or they're trying to get rid of somebody's salary. So hopefully, the message was received like it's time to, get this thing going, or hey, your job or your career might be over here in Cleveland. I'd be a little bit on edge, and I'd be kind of, I know some of those guys are upset. They've played with that kid for 4 years now, going on 5, and he was a brother, and he seemed that he was well liked in the locker room, didn't cause many problems, and when he was on the field, he battled. He did.
Have you lost faith in Kevin Stefanski?
I have not. And you know what? I've always been the kind of guy that I'm going to ride with whoever who's leading the ship until the ship falls apart and they make changes. And, I hate to say that, but I truly do think that he is a good head coach, and I think he is a leader, and those guys do respond for him. I think there's a little more to it that, in some of those meetings that we are not, and we are not able to attend, that or strings are being, hey, this is what we want, and sometimes your hands are tied and you got to do what you got to do for the people that are signing your check. But I think he does because we've seen it. We've seen him produce a good quality offenses and teams that are moving the ball on both sides. The defense playing well, offense is playing well, and we've won games. So, and we won a playoff game. Yes, he was out due to COVID, but he was a big part of that game plan going in, and when we did win our last playoff football game. So I have not lost faith in him. I will say I've questioned some of the decisions he has made, but as a fan, he don't give a heck what decisions I question. But I do love him. I do respect him for what he's doing. He's showing up and he's trying to get these. Trust me, no one wants to win more than he does. So I haven't lost faith in him yet. I have not.
Pink, we haven't lost faith in you. Strong stuff as always, buddy. Great catching up, and we'll catch up down the line.
Absolutely. Go Browns. We need this win. We need it for the city, the town, the team, for everything. If we win a game, let's win this one. Win this game.
All right, buddy. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Jason Pinkston there, former Browns offensive lineman, former Pitt offensive lineman on the fan hotline. I was going to ask him for a prediction, and I thought, you know what? He's vibing. Let's not do that on a Friday. We got quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it is Jonathan from my friends over there at Bookman & Son Fine Jewelry. 8803 Brecksville Road is where you need to go, and it's where I went so many years ago when I was searching for that wedding ring for what turned out to be my wife. And then we obviously got not only the engagement ring there, we got her wedding ring, and then the wedding ring that I'm wearing on my finger right now. We got it from Josh. And the reason why I continue to go back to Josh all these years later is what he did for those
rest. George Kirby, meanwhile, is on the mound for Seattle. First pitch in Seattle is at 8 o'clock. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Anthony Allant.
The first place to hear locker room reaction after every game.
With that, I'll take any questions.
Guaranteed. It's the official post-game show. Quarterbacked by Jeff Phelps. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practicing game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Brian Batco, Steelers reporter for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, coming up in just about 20 minutes there. As always, guys, it is our first full week of every day, 2 to 7 YouTube. So watch along with the show, of course, the free Odyssey app. You can listen there, of course, terrestrial radio as well. But I'm not ready to talk about it. Just so we're clear, I thought
this was going to be the segment.
I promise you this is not a lead up to a nothing. I know.
You told me this was going to be the segment.
I thought about it. I need more time. All right, 4:40. And this is it's non-negotiable. At 4:40, I will tell you the problem at 92.3 The Fan, what has been exposed at this station. And it's a weakness. It's something we all need to get better at, and we need to realize that societal laws have broken down. Let's get to quick hits instead.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
The Eagles fell to the Giants on Thursday Night Football 34-17, and after the game, A.J. Brown was asked about a reported meeting with Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley earlier in the week to get the offense on the same page.
What was behind that?
I don't recall the meeting.
The meeting never happened.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Those guys said it did happen.
Oh, you didn't talk to them.
You weren't in the meeting?
I don't recall.
Or you don't want to just talk?
I don't recall.
Yeah, this is not a good look for your I don't recall look, by the way.
Oh, no, it's perfect.
No, because all it did was make me think you're guilty.
Oh, yeah, no.
That's all it ever is you're guilty.
Now, see, this is the power of I do not recall.
You might as well be saying yes.
If you say it in court, or if you say it in front of the media, clearly it implies guilt. If you say it in your relationship, it's the greatest swerve of all time.
No, you're just admitting guilt. I've come full circle on this one. Like, you're just, I went from this stance right here, where you're just admitting guilt, to then being like, maybe there is something to this, to just fully back around to you're just admitting guilt. You just sound really guilty.
See, I think it's tough to swerve, to take the pro aspect of this and put it in the personal life. I think what happened is A.J. Brown has used this with maybe the women in his life previously, and it's worked, and he thought he could bring it to football, which he can't. In front of the media, you look like you're hiding something. In front of a jury, you look like you're hiding something. If you say it just casually between yourself and your significant other, I just can't recall.
It's weird he's trying to hide it, too. Like, other players that have been in that meeting talked about this meeting. Like, it's all public. It's out there.
He's come out and tweeted about it since.
Yeah, like, what are you doing?
I'm not paying attention to it. Why? I don't recall.
Omaha! Didn't read the room right there, did he?
No.
It was the perfect endpoint. It couldn't have been more perfect.
I don't recall.
Yeah, exactly right. All right, Phillies-Dodgers game last night. We're in the 11th inning. It's tied up at 1 apiece, and a boneheaded play by Kirkring, the pitcher here, cost the game for the Phillies. Here's the call on TBS.
Hess breaks his bat. Kirkring got to find it. Throws to the plate. Oh, my goodness. He throws it away, and the Dodgers have won. The Dodgers win.
Easy play right there. Just turn, throw it to first base. He goes for the runner at third, trying to get home, and it's just a boneheaded play. There's no other. I feel bad for him, but also in the same respect, like it's just a boneheaded play.
Yeah, if this happens in the regular season, we kind of laugh about it at a later date. There will never be any laughing about this at a later date, even though the Dodgers came into this one with a 2-1 lead. This is Bartman. This is the big blunders that fan bases remember for a decade after, right? Like, it's that
the
level.
Kirkring game.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Phillies have had a lot of success, but these are the type of games that they just stay with you because they're just the dumbest way imaginable to lose. I don't know. I always do wonder about that stuff. Like, because it was in the NLDS, is it important enough to remember? Like the Bartman game, for instance, you were 6 outs away from the World Series. Cubs hadn't been to the World Series since 1945 at that point. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we remember Rajai Davis's home run because it happened in the World Series in Game 7, you know, I don't know that this one is staying in Philly's lore.
No. It's not outside of Philly, but in Philly. Like we remember the collapse against Philly, like we are Philly, the Pacers last year. We remember getting the doors blown off us in the first round by the Knicks first year.
Okay, so we do remember the Knicks series. I think we'll remember that probably for a while because of the attachment to it that they just weren't physical enough and the lights were too bright. Once Jaron Allen said the lights were too bright, but it's not. I don't remember many individual plays from that series necessarily. And like the Pacers series, I don't know that I'm going to remember the Pacers series until the end of time. Like I don't know. I don't know that this one, only because it's just the NLDS. It's such a boneheaded play that I can't tell you you're wrong because we remember weird things, but I don't know about that.
Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever were guests of the Colts this last weekend. Clark, a lifelong Chiefs fan, declined to wear the custom Clark jersey the team afforded her on her podcast. Kylie Kelsey weighed in on the move.
I've just been given yet another reason to be a fan of Caitlin Clark. She and some of her Fever teammates were at the Colts game, and Caitlin, a diehard Chiefs fan, is the only one not wearing the custom jersey they made for her. Nailed it. You nailed that. You nailed that so hard. Here's the deal. Very kind of the Colts organization to give a customized jersey. I think that when you are raised a diehard fan of a team, that this is the only appropriate response to being given a jersey of another team.
Charming or Chotch, Caitlin Clark declining to wear a Colts jersey because she's a Chiefs fan.
I think she did it the right way. There's a missing context there in how Kylie was describing it. Like, she held up the jersey. It's not like she did a whole photo op with it. She held it up. She did everything but put the jersey on itself. That's like the perfect move for somebody that's a fan of another team.
The problem is
you're accomplishing everything you need to do in that moment.
It's not like the Chiefs and Colts have a rivalry.
Yeah, but I don't know that, I do think it's weird when athletes are such a proclaimed fan of, and she's been in the box with Taylor Swift. I don't even know much about Caitlin Clark, and I know that she's a Chiefs fan, and so I always think it's weird when athletes or celebrities in any sort of way say that they're a fan of one and then go to a different game and just put the jersey on. It's the Theo Vaughn thing right now. No one knows who Theo Vaughn roots for at this point. They thought it was one team for a million years, but he goes to all these SEC games and he just puts on Tennessee jerseys. He puts on Alabama jerseys on.
Rivalries.
He puts on Vanderbilt jerseys. He puts on everything.
Colts Chiefs. Can you even remember a good playoff game between the
Vanderbilt jersey?
Yeah, but Chiefs Colts. There's just no I would never wear a Pittsburgh Steelers jersey. You would not. I mean,
so if Jacksonville was like, hey, listen, you guys are hot. For some reason they love afternoon drive and they want to have us out there to a Jacksonville game. You'd put on the jersey?
Does it fit?
Yeah, it fits. It's made
How much
for you.
are they pampering
It's
me?
got your last name on it.
Free box seats.
Yeah, you get a suite. You get unlimited Uncrustables.
Come on, girl.
All the Uncrustables you can eat.
Don't tease if you can't please, all right?
And you get those little chocolate cups that they fill up with the liquid chocolate that I've only seen at stadium suites.
I can only get so
Not
excited.
that I've been in a lot of stadium suites, but that's the one that's the one desserts that's universal to that.
Yeah, I wore the Panthers gave me a thing for when I was down there. Yeah, I wore that. It was very nice of them. I wanted to show them that I appreciated that.
Well,
There's no heat between the Panthers and Browns.
You were around the team, though, at that point. That was different.
She's around the team. She's in Indianapolis. She's right down the road from them.
All right. That's a fair rebuttal. I got nothing to, because that is the professional equivalent of what you were doing in Carolina.
Yeah. It's just kind of showing respect.
It's just being a good sport. I forgot about the Indianapolis side of this.
Yeah.
That is her hometown, the one she's playing in right now. So I guess that wouldn't have hurt you anything to put it on.
If she played in Denver or the LA with the Chargers,
I respect her
more.
not wanting to do it, though. I do respect her not wanting to do it. I brain fart, forgot that the Colts, and I forgot you played in Indiana for the Fever, to be honest. That was the missing judgment there.
That does track with your overall feelings on the WNBA and how much you pay attention to it.
Completely didn't connect those dots.
That is a very plausible argument you just gave us.
I don't want to wreck your weekend, but I'm bringing you the story to potentially prepare you.
Weekend?
No, prepare you for what your weekend is going to be on Sunday afternoon around 1 o'clock. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, I guess.
Have you seen the announcing pairs for this weekend?
Oh, Gosh, no.
You haven't seen him?
No.
Oh, no. This is really going to not make your day then. Mac, have you seen the announcing pairings? Because you're looking at me like, why are you bringing this up?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
On the call for the Steelers and the Browns this weekend. One, friend of the morning show, although he didn't appear this weekend, so are you really friends? I don't know. Ian Eagle.
Oh, well, that's good.
Great.
We love Ian Eagle.
Fantastic. Whoa, what an upgrade. But
Eagle
you guys
soars.
know who's been paired with Ian Eagle this week, or really this season, for NFL games.
I'm not, because I don't think we've seen Ian Eagle yet.
J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt's going to be on the call this weekend, and J.J. Watt is a known nemesis of yours.
So we
in
got
many
a
ways.
double Watt
We are
weekend?
going to have a double Watt weekend. And
this is why TJ's the better player.
2 for the price of 1, as he tries to squeeze in all sorts of what he is trying to present as unbiased TJ Watt narratives, while clearly being biased TJ Watt narratives into the broadcast.
It didn't ruin the weekend. But will I hate tweet about this? You are darn skippy.
It tells me, are you going to actually listen to TJ Watt to be a real judge of how he's done? I actually have listened to TJ Watt in one of the Steelers games that he did with Ian Eagle, and outside of just inserting TJ Watt stats to places that they didn't need to be inserted into, kind of like JJ Watt. Kind of thought he did a good job.
No, I'm definitely going to watch it just so I can complain about it.
I kind of thought he did a good job. And so, like, I'm dying to find out what people think this weekend about J.J. Watt and whether or not he can actually do this, or it's just him just propping up his brother until the end of time.
Don't love it. That is Quick Hits. When we come back, Brian Batco of Pittsburgh Steelers lore will be joining. He'll be joining us. We'll get to his thoughts on how good this Steelers team is and whether the Myles Garrett, T.J. Watt fiasco, whatever you want to call it, has lost some of its luster. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Tigers for Game 5. Both those teams looking to move on to the ALCS for a date with the Toronto Blue Jays. It'll be Tarek Skubal on the mound against George Kirby. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Anthony Allant.
Tune in to Ken Carman and Anthony Lima, 6 a.m. on Monday morning for all the best Browns reaction. And now, catch the show live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My mouth gets me more in trouble than anybody else. Back on Afternoon Drive, it's a football Friday, an F-off Friday. It's a Shedeur Sanders is the backup quarterback, and we're getting ready for Browns Steelers. Dylan Gabriel start 2.0. Can we get a little bit better than we saw last Sunday? Can we maybe get a Browns win? It's funny, I have seen a few Browns fans mad that anyone considers that the Browns could win this game. And it's like, well, I think it's like two sides. They are coming off the bye and you're coming off the London game. That's not good for your side of math. But then from their side, Tomlin always plays games close, and I do think your defense should be able to make this one a close game as well.
I've listened into a lot of, I like the guys in the afternoon at 93.7 anyway, but I've listened in a lot this week, and they're ready to already past this game in many respects. It just kind of feels that way to me. I don't know. It feels like Steelers fans as a whole have already there's just not much respect right now for the Browns.
I think that makes sense.
That's fine.
That's the right way to play it.
I'm not mad at them for it. The Browns haven't really given us anything to really be like, you need to respect us.
That's what makes it even more funny if the Browns were to win on Sunday. But we'll get back to the Shedeur stuff. Is it a quarterback controversy? Also, Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, yet another round between these two future Hall of Famers to talk all things about this game. We head out to the fan hotline. Welcome on Brian Batco, Steelers reporter for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Brian, welcome to the show.
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me on. I was with my Cleveland sister-in-law last week because the Steelers were off, and she's like, "Are you going to be on in Cleveland next week for Browns Steelers?" I said, "I hope so."
Now, do you call her your Cleveland sister-in-law to her face, or is that just the parlance we're using here?
No, I call her Taylor to her face,
that's
but
good.
She knows that that's kind of her role in the family for sure.
Okay, that's good. It's got to be a tough role. So we were just talking about this. We've had a few fans, Browns fans, tweeted us angry that we've cited the 5.5 point line from Vegas, and I get it. The Browns have not been very good this year. How do you kind of view this game from the Steelers side of things?
Well, I'll tell you this much. I heard you guys just kind of before I came on, and me personally, I don't think it's enough points. I think the Steelers are going to win this one pretty convincingly, but there's a lot of Steelers fans we hear from at the Post-Gazette who aren't looking past the Browns, and what they would call this in Pittsburgh is a potential classic Tomlin game where he loses a game that he shouldn't lose. Now, I think sometimes the statistics would tell you that doesn't happen as much as fans think it does, but there have been some clunkers over the years, even against Cleveland. Dorian Thompson-Robinson sticks fresh in my mind from a few years back, but generally in Pittsburgh, other than that playoff game, they've handled business. But I still think there's some fear and trepidation from people who aren't totally convinced by the Steelers' 3-1 start.
Yeah, as you've mentioned, it makes me sick to point out, but yeah, Browns haven't won in Pittsburgh outside of the playoff game since 2003. It's been 22 years. It's a really long time, and a lot of bad quarterbacks in between. But why do you feel like the line should be greater in favor of Pittsburgh for this week?
Well, first of all, kind of the external factors that are out of both teams' control. The Browns have to come back from London. The Steelers just had a week to rest and recuperate. The Browns have to come on the road after that. They are seemingly holding a fire sale out there in Berea. Andrew Berry's working the phones and shipping off key players to anyone who will take them for, maybe a 30 picks better in a draft. So I wonder what that does to the psyche of a team. And then you get into the actual X's and O's and schematics. The Steelers are really good up front when it comes to getting their hands on football. They've already had some interceptions this year on guys like Sam Darnold and Drake May because they tip passes up in the air and they're coming down with them. Now they face Dylan Gabriel, who's a shade over 5'11" in his first true road game in the NFL. I think it's going to be a rough one for him Sunday. I really do. And I'm not always a homer. I'm sometimes, I don't see it going the Steelers' way, but man, I feel like they have the edge in a lot of areas in this week.
Brian, I do want to get to the game itself. I know there's the Myles Garrett, TJ Watt stuff to get to, but a week ago we go to Dillon Gabriel. Looks okay. And then, of course, they trade Joe Flacco. Earlier this week, there'd been a debate. Will Bailey Zappi be the backup? Will Shedeur slide up from the QB3 spot? Shedeur was announced as the backup quarterback earlier today. I'm just curious your view on the quarterback situation in Cleveland and where it currently sits with Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur.
It's like the tabloid story of the NFL right now, right? I mean, it's kind of like a train wreck that people can't look away from. I think it's fascinating. I'm kind of glad that I'm not covering the hysterics of it day in and day out, week in and week out, because I joke, but it really does sort of have a mushroom effect far beyond Northeast Ohio right now with how much intrigue there is nationally with Shedeur. So I actually asked Steelers defensive coordinator Terrell Austin yesterday. I can't, in 7 years covering this team, I can't ever recall a question like this, but I said, I'm curious, how much time in a given week do you spend studying the opponent's backup quarterback? And I only bring it up because they're sort of keeping it under wraps over there after trading Joe Flacco. And he said, look, we're trying to get a beat on Gabriel since he only has one game in the NFL regular season. If it comes to that, Bailey Zappi will fall back on playing him before when he was with New England. He did not mention Shedeur at all, so I don't know. I mean, it's kind of bizarre, I guess, but at least it's been clarified now by Kevin Stefanski. And part of me, I'm not going to lie, I'm excited that Shedeur Sanders is one snap away, one pick, one injury, one whatever away from taking the field in Pittsburgh.
Brian, here locally, a lot of people looked at Jackson Dart last night and they thought, man, we could have had one, Whether that's fair or unfair is a different story, but do Steelers fans, did they look at it that way too? Or is it just because Aaron Rodgers, and I think Aaron Rodgers is probably there for the year, but because you're in the driver's seat for the AFC North right now, is that not the sentiment?
No, there is a lot of that. I feel like, even last week before he started kind of, whatting the bet against the Saints, people were beating their chest if they were on the Jackson Dart hype train bandwagon during the draft. A lot of people were very quick to point out, hey, I told you guys the Steelers should have taken him. Derek Harmon's going to be a nice player on the D-line, but Jackson Dart could be the guy, and that's only going to intensify after last night. So, yeah, these two teams, it is funny how I feel like they're moving in much different directions this season, but big picture, I feel like they're two of the odds-on favorites to be using their premium picks, or at least their first rounder on a quarterback come April when the draft is in Pittsburgh. So, there's been Jackson Dart non-buyer's remorse, and there's actually a lot of Steelers fans. I know this isn't going on in Cleveland, but it is here because they have a rookie running back, but a lot of Steelers fans wishing Cam Scatteraboo was wearing black and gold on Sundays.
All right, Brian. The way the Steelers are being talked about from the national level is pretty fascinating. They've got a -2 diff, which we know matters, but they're 3-1. The defense. Don't you love the diff convo?
It's been brought up in every Steelers national convo.
We also have
the Cavs, and I love the diff.
So I will say is we also have debates about why the defense isn't the defense yet. How good is Aaron Rodgers really? So I'll just ask you big picture, how good really are the Steelers?
So I've actually been turning this over in my own brain, and I guess I'll sort of unveil this take on Cleveland radio before I even do it on our own shows or in Pittsburgh. Not that it's anything incendiary, but I feel like Mike Tomlin's superpower is also sort of his Achilles heel in a way with the overall philosophy for this team. They just want to grind out a win each week. And whether it's Arthur Smith and the offensive game plan, or it's the defense coming up with timely, opportunistic turnovers after allowing an 85-yard drive, but then they snuff it out at the goal line. As long as they win by a point, they're sort of like, hey, we're happy. We're not going to apologize for winning. Look at our streak of 500 or better seasons. Look how often we make the playoffs. And yet, is that holding them back from the mentality that's sort of like, hey, once you get into January football, let alone if you're fortunate enough to ever get back to February football, you kind of need to have a higher ceiling. You kind of need to have a higher upside and the ability to throw haymakers with some of the best teams in the NFL. And I still haven't seen that from them. I applaud them and commend them for finding ways to win. Their record in one-score games is far better than anyone has any right to be. So there's a certain secret sauce there. But every year now we see them start to face the Chiefs, the Bills. Last year it was the Ravens, and then they just get their teeth kicked in because I think those teams are so used to winning more fluidly, playing 60 minutes, being consistent, and they're sort of running on all cylinders when all the chips are down.
And Brian, it feels like what you're speaking to right there, and just for this season alone at least, is the idea that, you bring Aaron Rodgers in, you expect him to throw the ball deep, and right now he's got the lowest average depth of target in the NFL.
Yeah, and it's only 4 games in, so it's a small sample size, and I do think that if any of these iterations of Steelers teams in recent memory are going to take that next step, are going to elevate, win a playoff game for the first time since 2017, I probably feel better about them hitting that ceiling with Rodgers at quarterback than, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, Mason Rudolph. So there could still be more meat on that bone, but yeah, I have to see it first to really believe it with these guys.
Brian, has the Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, I don't say feud, but rivalry maybe, has it lost some of its appeal?
It's funny you asked that because we were talking amongst ourselves, the beat folks today down at the Steelers facility, because TJ always talks on Fridays, Myles always talks on Fridays. I saw he got asked about it and said, I don't have any tiff with TJ. Now, that was the word the reporter used, which, I feel like that was an easy one for Myles to spike down. But, yeah, I basically said he's never had any issues with TJ or his brothers, as he threw in there, which was kind of funny to me. But we were all sort of we were like, should we ask TJ about Myles yet again for the umpteenth time? And no one did, because TJ never says anything. He'll occasionally make a case for himself as far as when you get into late December and the Defensive Player of the Year voting starts to pop up. But I feel like TJ never takes that bait, and maybe it'll be something that he'll open up on at some point down the line. But I'll just take it as both of these guys have the potential to wreck the game for the other team. And, Myles has, I think, 6 sacks in the last 3 meetings with the Steelers. Now, the Browns haven't won all those, but he's been a problem. And if the Steelers don't have a good plan for him and don't execute it, he could send Aaron Rodgers into another darkness retreat. No ayahuasca needed.
All right, that leaves us with about 30 seconds to go. Who has the quarterback advantage, Old Man Aaron or Timu Tua, Dylan Gabriel?
I got to go Old Man Aaron. TJ Watt said he has never faced a lefty quarterback in his life, so Dylan Gabriel's got that going for him. Got to flip things on TJ. But no, I still think it's advantage Aaron Rodgers. I didn't really love Gabriel coming out of the draft, at least not to play in this rough and tumble division. So I think that's going to be one of several reasons the Steelers win this one, and maybe even by 2 scores, which they rarely ever do.
I've yet to recall anyone who really liked Dylan Gabriel coming out of the draft other than Kevin Stefanski. Brian, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
Yep, no problem. Have a good weekend, guys.
Brian Batco on the fan hotline there, Steelers reporter for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. I didn't know if we could get him just because of the lowest ADOT in the league. I didn't know if we could get maybe I think there's something. No, there was nothing there. He just took Old Man Aaron.
Did you say TJ Watt has never played a left-handed quarterback?
I believe that's what TJ Watt has said.
That can't be right.
I mean, fairness, TJ Watt's not very smart. So you can
I'm gonna try to fact check TJ Watt because he's played in over 100 games easily, and he's never
played the Big Ten. I feel like he's
never played a left-handed quarterback.
He says it.
So it must be true. As if we don't have the internet, right?
I think he's full of malarkey.
Now we know where my break is going to be spent. I'm going to try to find the left-handed quarterback.
We'll react to what Brian had to say about this game and the TJ Watt, Myles Garrett rivalry, tiff, whatever. They're saying the right thing. It's all lies. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel. NFL Sunday's coming. You've got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming up with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that
between the Seattle Mariners and Detroit Tigers. Detroit is throwing Tarek Skubal on short rest against George Kirby. The winner heads off to the League Championship Series with the Toronto Blue Jays. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Anthony Allant.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Kind of the external factors that are out of both teams' control. The Browns have to come back from London. The Steelers just had a week to rest and recuperate. The Browns have to come on the road after that. They are seemingly holding a fire sale out there in Berea. Andrew Berry's working the phones and shipping off key players to anyone who will take them for, maybe a 30 picks better in a draft. So I wonder what that does to the psyche of a team. And then you get into the actual X's and O's and schematics. The Steelers are really good up front when it comes to getting their hands on footballs. They've already had some interceptions this year on guys like Sam Darnold and Drake May because they tip passes up in the air and they're coming down with them. Now they face Dylan Gabriel, who's a shade over 5'11" in his first true road game in the NFL. I think it's going to be a rough one for him Sunday.
Brian Batco of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, the Steelers reporter there, giving his take on this game on Sunday. Yeah, the only kind of fly in the ointment here when it comes to the Steelers could win, the Steelers could win big, is they haven't played all that well on either the offensive or defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, no, they really haven't. And so if there was a dominating defensive game out of the Browns, maybe everything just turns in our favor. I really think it's going to be close. And then who knows? Maybe at the end of the game, in the spot where Tomlin usually finishes off a team, Browns get the ball to go the right way. I know that sounds desperate, but it's kind of where I'm at with this team.
I just think the thing is, if you said right now, whose offense has a higher ceiling? So from what they've been doing to what they could do, I do think it's the Steelers. Mm-hmm. Jaylen Warren is kind of underrated at this point. DK Metcalf's strong. At some point, they're going to figure out you can use one or both of those tight ends in an explosive side of things. And I also think
Brian Muth's on track to not score a touchdown this season with 30 receptions if you just extrapolated everything out.
And I think Aaron is still, despite being 157, the more talented quarterback physically, arm talent-wise, than Dylan Gabriel. So, yeah, I think they have a higher ceiling, and I think given that you've just reconstructed your secondary overnight, that could be a potential problem here.
Well, add in the other factors outside of just being team versus team. The idea that, I guess on CBS Sports today, they had an article about wanting the Browns to file a grievance at the idea that you went to London and then are coming back with your first game from London to then take on a team on a bye. It's only happened one other time in NFL history where a team's been forced to do that. We got scheduling screwed in this whole equation.
On top of they're the Steelers and you're the Browns.
Well, that's another add-in. Yes, yeah. I don't think there was a grievance there. I don't think CBS Sports is. I don't think they didn't do a grievance there.
They probably should have added that. And you're going to Pittsburgh, where you haven't won in the regular season since 2003.
It was an easy way for the person that wrote the article to then just kind of tap in at the end, and if he wanted to on Monday do an "I was right" article, because of course, Browns never had a chance.
I just think with
Steelers
this game,
coming off a bye and them coming off London.
One of the things I really appreciated early in the Stefanski era was those first 4 years, there was real heat back. Pittsburgh didn't want to admit that you were in the same category with them, but man, Browns fans, the Browns were under their skin a little bit. None more obvious place than Myles Garrett versus TJ Watt. But now because the Browns have just been stink on crap, and even the Steelers get good regular season records, but not great juggernaut teams, it does feel like there's so much of the air that's been taken out of this game on top of one team's coming off a bye. It takes a little air out of things in general. One team's coming off London. Another thing that takes a little air off a team.
Yeah, it feels like, and again, I was listening to a little bit of what they said over there at 93.7 The Fan, and they were talking about how basically right now Steelers fans care more about the Ravens, and then they obviously care more about the Bengals, even with the Bengals without Joe Burrow, than what they care about with the Browns right now. As if the phrasing was basically the Browns are just a little brother at this point. And
no, we're right back to where we were in 2019 before these guys took over, right? 2 seasons.
I mean, yeah, it didn't take long. It didn't take long.
I mean, I even think because I agree that Myles Garrett versus TJ's lost its appeal when it just comes to The fact I think Miles, perceptionally, his slung shot past TJ.
By the way, could not find a game that TJ Watt played against a left-handed quarterback. This is where, by the way, another reminder, ChatGPT doesn't work for sports things. ChatGPT is like, of course he played against Tua. And then I always fact-check ChatGPT if I ask it a question. It's like, why don't I just go to the original source itself? Tua didn't play in the game that ChatGPT wanted to reference and sort out. So no game against Tua. And then the Falcons game last year was week 1, so Michael Penix wasn't in that game. That was Kirk Cousins. Like, say he's legitimately
TJ,
never played against a left-handed quarterback in the pros, that is.
So Watt is not lying that we know of yet.
I'm sure we can find some somewhere, like high school, maybe college, maybe somewhere.
Middle school, you think?
Maybe. Well,
make some calls?
Remember, though, his whole rookie season, he lined up on the right side. It's the only season he's never made the Pro Bowl. The only season he's missed making the Pro Bowl in his entire career. He lined up on the right side, and he's always quoted it as him trying to impress coaches at the time. And then at the end of the season was like, listen, I'm better on the left. Just make me go to the left. And then that's where he's been, and it's where he's stayed.
Has Myles Garrett, TJ Watt lost its appeal?
Yes, of course it has. But that's because the game itself has kind of lost appeal for where we're at right now. And that kind of stinks. It also has lost its appeal because Myles Garrett is just that much better than TJ Watt. And I don't know many people that can make a good faith argument that TJ Watt is better than Myles Garrett.
Yeah, and it's tough right now. If Myles is the better player on Sunday, but you lose, it's tough to even kind of take a victory lap on that just because you'll lose again in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and so we lose our leg to stand on in that regard. But then I think in the TJ Watt versus Myles Garrett discussion, I think Steelers fans are starting to not only wave the white flag in that discussion, but also understand that what Myles Garrett is doing is on a completely different level than what at this age TJ Watt is currently doing.
Now, we're at 216-474-0092. As Myles Garrett, TJ Watt lost its appeal.
Is that the read you have it on as well?
Yeah. And by the way, it's lost it for both, and that's what sucks about it. If either team was good, but Myles was just head and shoulders above TJ, it'd still be a conversation because Pittsburgh fans just wouldn't address those facts. They would just ignore the facts that support the main argument, but you can't even have that because, again, it's kind of a dud of a game.
Well, so we kind of joked about like J.J. Watt being on the call this weekend. That is it's going to be one of the narratives that they put out there, I would imagine, between not Ian Eagle, but between J.J. Watt and the production staff, is how many graphics can we put up there that say T.J. Watt's in the same stratosphere as Myles Garrett, and it's just not reality.
Now, Dylan starting. It's Dylan versus Aaron Rodgers. Is this the game? If for whatever reason Dylan has to leave for a single play, a series, whatever, is this the game you want Shedeur Sanders making his NFL debut in?
Well, wait, for what do you mean for whatever reason? Like, I need more context.
Yeah, not for benching. It's for injury. It's for what a backup comes in for.
Is it going to be more than just one play, or is it going to be a whole stretch?
Let's say it's at least a series.
A series doesn't do anything for me anyway, though.
If he scores a touchdown, it instantly ignites a controversy.
I think the controversy exists whether he comes in and does anything regardless, does it not?
Oh, you think it's a quarterback controversy now?
Yeah, I think for fans out there, I think so. I don't think for the Browns.
I think that to me is where it becomes interesting.
In that regard, I don't think if Shedeur came in and had a touchdown pass, it would be a controversy for the Browns themselves either.
So big picture,
for the fans, it will be.
Big picture, it is a controversy because you've gone to a 4-man quarterback competition to now there's 2 of those guys left, and they happen to be the 2 guys that will play the rest of this season. But specific to this game, there's no threat of Shedeur leapfrogging Dylan unless for some reason Shedeur has to play.
Well, Dylan would have to be out for an extended period of time in this game, and then Shedeur would have to go off, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, and
even in that, I think Stefanski loves Dylan Gabriel so much. I think it'd be really hard, no matter what Shedeur did, for Stefanski to say, all right, Shedeur, you are now the starting quarterback. While not having Dylan flame out.
In this exact scenario, if Shedeur gets in for one series, and that series happens to end in 7, good luck for the rest of the season having this conversation. Especially if Dylan looks like Dylan did in that first game, where, yeah, you had sustained drives, but you just didn't. I mean, you got in the end zone twice. That's nice.
Hey,
you need to get in the end zone more than 2.
This is the cross that Stefanski has to bear. Like that's in many ways, it might be why Stefanski was hesitant to just name Shedeur Sanders the backup anyways, because he understands what you're laying out. that if Shedeur gets a chance to appear and looks awesome, then it's just going to be a lot of talk and a lot of conversation, and Stefanski's just not ready for that. I'm ready for it. You guys are ready for it in many degrees. Stefanski's not ready for it.
I think when you consider, I think that I would be surprised if that locker room isn't looking for someone to lead them to success. There are a lot of guys in there who have put time in the NFL, time in Cleveland, guys who want to not just extend their careers, but maybe extend their careers in Cleveland. I think it really is a race to see who can pull the sword from the stone. That's what makes Shedeur being the backup so interesting. If Kevin can help it, he's not going to go to Shedeur till he absolutely has to. And I think we are lockstep on that.
Right.
I think what happens when he gets into the game is what could make it really, really interesting, because it takes one play. It takes one 20-yard pass to Jerry Jeudy, who actually might catch the ball but go into the end zone to make it something.
That's why if I'm Gabriel, though, like my shoulder's got to be detached from my socket. Like I gotta, like it's gotta, my leg has to actually come off my body.
It's gotta be like with Defoe in Platoon.
Yes, like, I gotta get severed on the spot before I give up any chance. I'll be out there. I'll be like Hector Salamanca with a wheelchair out there before I'll be like, all right. Put Shedeur in. Go ahead. Put him in. Let's see what he can do. Like, no, if I'm Dylan, I'm going Tua on everyone, and not Tima Tua, not anything like that. I'm going actual Tua, where I can get concussed on the field, and everyone knows I'm concussed, and I'm like, I'm good. We're good here.
There is. Can I just be
brush
honest?
it off. We're good.
Like, again, I want Dylan to do well. I want Shedeur to do well when he plays. There is a part of me that is really sick of the Browns' offense being boring. And so
this week's going to be boring.
Well, I think you're right, but that's why,
Aaron Rodgers seems sexy to people as far as his quarterback play. He seems like a quarterback. You're like, oh, I'm excited to watch Aaron Rodgers. He's not throwing the ball of any sort of substance or length right now. He's not.
Yeah, the problem is this game scares me that could be it.
He's cosplaying as Flacco for the first 4 weeks of the season. What you saw Flacco do, now he's completing the passes where Flacco didn't. But that's what he's doing as far as his average depth of target right now.
But there is a part of me that really hopes Shedeur gets into a game some manner, some way, at least this weekend, because I think it's not a quarterback controversy from their side of things. Dylan's their guy. Shedeur's also on the roster. I think the earlier that Kevin's hand is forced, the more interesting this actually is. The more you're going to have to open up the playbook quicker for Dylan instead of, he's a young guy and do that.
This also comes in play in how Dylan played before he gets injured or gets taken out for that series or whatever that is. Because if Dylan that's why I say it's all on Dylan. Like your fate is in your hands. If he looks awesome and it's a 24-3 game, then Shedeur can come in because he gets dinged up or whatever it is and come in for a series and have completions and look nice. And it doesn't matter because if Dylan's passer rating's 125, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks, like you get to stay in the game then. Like you get to be the quarterback.
If Dylan looks the exact same way, which means you put up like 17 points and Shedeur on one drive puts up a touchdown, it's a real conversation on Monday.
I think it's probably going to be a real conversation unless Dylan does what I just laid out there right there.
So maybe this is a better way of putting it. So,
like for us, not for them, for us.
No, but even then, we're going to have somebody on Twitter or on the YouTube
we have people
comments
right now on YouTube comments saying that Dylan shouldn't be the quarterback and Shedeur is. Like that's YouTube.
Yeah, but
that's commentary.
I think the point is everyone's saying, why are you talking about the backup quarterback? That's because we haven't seen Shedeur on the field. The second you see him on the field and he does something, then the Browns can't hide behind he's not ready anymore. That's what makes it interesting. That's what makes it interesting to me about him being the backup is the credible threat of him playing. I think it does become interesting if he goes in there and he does something because they can't run from and they can't funnel down to the reporters and the national people that he's not ready if he touches the field and something good happens.
So okay,
something bad happens.
From that, I would then make the argument, and I agree with you. I just want to hear your thoughts on it. That the Browns wouldn't give him any garbage time play. Like they did for Dylan Gabriel.
No, 100%. Yeah.
Because you can't then have him look good the way that you're describing and the way that I think he would, and it would completely take away any of the narratives that he hasn't been ready and isn't ready. But they should be trying to slowly but surely dispel those narratives anyway. We're gonna see it. Next couple weeks, we're gonna see them start to come out with the idea of massive strides from Shedeur, because you have to be able to tell everyone that he's ready in order to move off of Dylan to begin with anyway.
216-474-0092. We'll go to the Myles Garrett, TJ Watt. Has this rivalry, feud, tiff, I think is the word. Why is Myles saying the word tiff? It's just,
I think the reporter said tiff.
Oh, okay, that's right. That's what Brian had said.
Yeah.
Has that lost its appeal? And I think it's time. We have a breakdown in societal order, and it starts right here at the station. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596.
Sundays do not exist without us.
Gives to Judkins again. Another hole. He's at the 40, 45, 50. Packers territory 40. Judkins to the sideline 30. And about to the 28.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Coming up in just about 20 minutes, The Lead. We'll get into the big stories of the day. Shedeur is the backup. Browns, Steelers, and whatnot. I'm ready now. I hope you're ready, but I'm ready now.
I've been dying to be ready for this. I've been trying to figure out. You've been picking fights all day, and this one seems like it's going to be a good one.
I mean, listen, I just think there are basic niceties, basic rules when we all work together, and nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. I know I have my own. I'm a very particular human being. I do things, and like there are things that I would love changed. Like, I would like it if we could take all these coffee carafes, whoever uses them, back to where they go at the end of the show. But in the end, I don't really drink coffee here that much, meaning make my own coffee anymore. That didn't really bug me that much on that front. It's just something that clanks behind the door, right?
It's just right there. I feel like we've been dealing with that for as long as the station's existed.
But this week, I did something that I think just has to be addressed. This is a messy station, right? Can we all just agree, as a sports station, none of us we're all most of us are man boys, fair?
Wasn't the expectation you're like the sports guys? Aren't you supposed to be a little messy in some regard?
I think it's part of the bit, yeah.
Like, who's shocked when the sports guys are a little messy?
Yeah. So when somebody takes ownership and cleans up a little bit, I don't want to be the guy that pushes back on you. We got to have limits. Yesterday, I went to the store, and it's just down the road here. No names, please, unless they'd like to support the show, at which point we will definitely say the name repeatedly. Almost too much, even. But I went down, and they've got a great bakery section down there.
Okay.
And so I always like to get the Wilson girls a little treat. Just a little treat from there, because they love the bakery over there, and because I have tried really hard to keep the sweets out of the house so that I don't, because this is we got pumpkin spice things. We got pumpkin roll, pumpkin pie, all the pies, really. We've got apple cider flavored things. Like, this is a very dangerous spot for a pre-diabetic man.
Okay.
But I got these apple cider donuts, powdered donuts. And I was getting them so that tomorrow, when the girls all wake up, they can have something because every morning I make Vanessa and myself eggs for breakfast and egg whites and whatnot. So I got this, and I brought it here yesterday. I remember it was yesterday because I got a wrap there.
Okay,
you remember?
Yeah, I do remember the wrap. Yeah.
And so,
nice turkey wrap. I've had that wrap.
But I didn't want it in the studio because, again, temptation, keep it far out of mind. So I kept it back up in the producer bay.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Plus, also, too, you didn't want, I'm sure, I might be reading too much into it, but you didn't want Mac coming in and being like, hey, let me get one of those donuts. It's like the donuts are earmarked.
Oh, I would have just shut him down.
Okay.
I would have known. But if it was mine, if it was my donuts, he would have had a donut. But because I earmarked it as their donut.
They were made for the girls. It's not for Mac.
Now, there was a problem in this plan because I put it up there, out of sight, out of mind, forgot it.
Okay.
So
you didn't even mention you got donuts either, by the way, because I would have probably reminded you if I had known.
100%. And so I left it up there, and I came in this morning thinking, hey, we can still go with the plan tomorrow.
At what point did you remember that you left it? Is it like right when you got in the truck or what?
It was about halfway home.
Wait, this is important to the story, I feel like, because like at that moment, call could have been made.
Well, no, because nobody was here. Because that was my thought. Nobody was here.
I know we ran Thursday Night Football, but nobody's in the building. Matt, you're already gone at that point?
I mean, I was working on Browns weekend stuff.
Oh, so you're here at all hours, I always assume.
I just assumed, slight hyperbole.
Slight, only slight, though.
Only slight.
He works like 12 hours a day.
So I just assumed because of Thursday Night Football, everyone was gone. Because there's no night shows and all that. So
you could have been the hero.
I come in today.
Mac's looking like I know. I was right there.
And I was like, hey, this is cool. My plan's still going to work out. And the donuts were not there.
Yeah.
And so then I asked around. I came in. Hey, guys, do you see any blue bags over here? Grocery bag? No, I went down there. I looked in all the places that you would look. I looked up high. I looked real low. Looked right in between. I asked, hey, did you happen to see
Waldo
these?
of donuts?
There really was, because they looked really good. Can I just say how good these donuts looked? And it would appear that one of two things happened. Either someone saw the donuts up there and thought, these donuts are fair game, and they decided to eat the donuts. Or two, at the messiest station in the entire cluster, where we've got things in the fridge from the late 70s, somebody throw them away. Either which way, this is not how we act in a society. There are conversations to be had, and there's only one show, or one day part it could possibly be. Because we didn't have a night show last night. All right? And Baskin and Phelps, midday, said they did not see any bag, and I trust them. They're honest men, good men, very thorough. I submit that one of the morning shows could be anyone.
How many donuts were there, by the way?
6 donuts.
I want to know what we're dealing with. Like, could a morning show eat 6 donuts? Yes, they could. But how many members of the morning show would it take to eat an entire thing of 6 donuts?
I mean, it's sports radio, so it's two guys.
Is it just Mitch? Could Mitch eat 6 donuts? Mac, you're good friends with Mitch. Could Mitch eat 6 donuts?
Absolutely.
Mitch, Owen, Ken. And don't forget Limer. Limer's a skinny man.
Limer?
Yeah, that's what we used to call him back in the day. We never called him that.
Classic Limer.
So I submit that a show that does not take out their own carafes, a show that is very much an entity of themselves. That's fine. The rest of us, we're right here. I submit that show either threw out the donuts or they consumed them, knowing that they're not there. And that, to me, is a clear and obvious violation of the social contract we have with each other, a.k.a. D-move, bros.
I want to know
what?
I want proof is what I want.
They're not here.
Well, but no, I mean, but before I get on the Let's Blame the Morning Show bandwagon here, I'd like to have a little bit of proof, or else we're going down a...
What's the proof?
Well,
what proof do you need?
You have zero proof.
No, the donuts were here, and then I came back the very next day, not even 24 hours later, they're not there.
We have other morning shows that are here.
You think Jen and Tim are going to do it?
Not Jen and Tim. I love Jen and Tim, and I also love Bill and Alyssa as well.
Ooh.
But they're
the new guy. You're gonna say Spats. I don't know why. Because it's Slats. Spats and Slats. What are you doing to me?
I forgot Spats was even here. Yeah. So that the joke's on me there.
So we think one guy ate 6 donuts.
It's more people into the mix. Well, no. We have 5 unaccounted for people outside of just the morning show, and then we throw Jeff Thomas in the mix. He wouldn't eat your donuts anyway. I've known Jeff for a million years.
But he's part of that crew.
He'd take him home before he would eat him or do anything. He'd take him home and bring him to his wife is what he would do.
Whoa, I just did the math. There's 6 guys on that show. Think about it. Joey does the videos. Jeff does 2020s.
Joey, another unaccounted for person. It could just be Joey and Mitch for all we know, but it could also be, there's so many people.
There's 6 guys and 6 donuts. The math is there.
There's also 5 random people that are unaccounted for in this equation.
Who's on the grassy knoll? Tell me who's on the grassy knoll.
We went through it. It's Jen, it's Tim, it's Bill, it's Alyssa, it's
you think
Matt.
It's Stevie?
No, I'm not even making up names. These are the morning shows we have. It's Jen and Tim, it's Bill and Alyssa, and it's Matt.
Stevie's a producer.
I don't know Stevie. I'm sorry.
Well, that's another person there. But again, these are all people.
I thought you were just making up names.
These are all people who would go up to that and go.
My names are legitimate. Yours were too.
You understand, music people do not have egos that sports people do.
No, but they love food. Everyone in radio loves free food. Everyone in general loves free food.
All right, this station loves food, whether it's their food or not. Looking at you, Baskin
Kind of
Phelps.
the rule around here, though, in many respects, is because in the counter out front, it's like if food's out there, like donuts. I saw donuts today when I came in, not your donuts, but other donuts. It's like if it's out on the table, it's out on the table. It's fair game. It's not anyone's game,
but not if it's in a bag.
The bag part is interesting. The bag part is because the bag part makes it more intentional.
See the donuts.
I'm not disputing somebody just took your donuts. I believe that happened. That all fair game.
Mm-hmm.
The wild accusations of the morning show, though.
I don't think it's
wild. We have
wild.
just as many people that aren't on the morning show that are around in the area that are just as culpable potentially as the morning show.
Show your work on Jen and Tim.
Lay it down for who you think, particularly on the morning show, is the donut eater and really donut stealer.
Let's look at Owen. Owen has many mouths to feed at home.
That man served our country.
And he has many mouths to feed at home. And I can
if he
tell
ate your
you,
donuts, I hope he ate your donuts.
I
hope he ate your donuts.
Owen and I
That's what
used
tell
to
you
work
right now.
together at night. I know he loves donuts. All right?
Yeah, spoiler alert.
Jeff Thomas. I don't know if he likes donuts. I can guess. Mitch?
I've never seen Jeff eat a donut. I worked a long time next to Jeff. I've never seen him eat a donut.
Mitch is working on a producer's salary. That's a tough road to hoe. Free food is free food, right? Ken? Could have just known they were my donuts and wanted to be a D. I think it makes so much sense.
That's the funniest.
Right
that's the funniest outcome, by the way. Actually, the funniest outcome is Ken knows that they're your donuts, doesn't even eat them, but just throws them away. Yeah.
Yeah, my revenge will be swift.
It's like, you left him here. I'm just going to throw him away to make your day a little bit harder.
Yeah. I'm going to make some coffee for him with an extra ingredient.
I don't think Ken would do that,
No,
by
I don't
the
think
way.
he would either.
But
the point is, somebody took these donuts, somebody either ate them or threw them away, and there's a basic rule, 24-hour rule. Like I said, there are things in that fridge. Like if I leave something...
It's being in the bag is where I side with you on the idea that probably someone shouldn't have ate it. I just don't know that the morning show is the guilty party here.
They're the only one it could be.
I've named off like 7 other people it could be.
It's not a Jen and Tim thing. What about Jen and Tim says, I eat donuts that aren't mine, or throw them away?
Have you seen some of the things Tim eats?
Okay, that's a fair point, but he doesn't eat other people's food unless it's offered to him.
Like if it's like a sour Skittle dipped in chocolate, he's like, that's my jam. I gotta bring this to the airwaves.
Yeah, but that's something he was bought or given.
Maybe he looked at the donuts and thought, wow, what kind was it? A spicy pumpkin whatever? What was it? What was it?
It was
what kind of specialty donut was this?
It was apple cider, frosted apple cider donuts. Thank you very much.
Sounds good enough to have a review on air to me.
216-474-0092.
Donut that is.
We are talking about the case of the missing donuts. They were not even here a full 24 hours. They have been thrown away, or they have been devoured,
or taken home to then be devoured by somebody else. Is that more insulting if they take it home? I actually think that makes it easier to kind of like swallow.
No, like if I found out,
like at least I fed Owen's kids would be a nice,
or Ken's boys, like
that's kind of nice.
Okay, well I kind of like those. Yeah, like that's fine.
Yeah,
but I'd still be pissed. Who done it? 216-474-0092. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Monday. Hopefully the Browns beat the Steelers and we have something there. But I think we're going to break down trades. I think Wyatt Teller, do you keep Wyatt? Do you try to sign Wyatt to an extension? What do you try to do there?
I actually think that's more on the table now than I ever thought it was before the year started.
I bet you're right about that. David Njoku's probably gone. Shelby Harris on a 1-year deal. Goodbye. Jerome Ford. Bye. Yeah, they're going to be making trades here. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
And Sports Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Our F-Off Friday, our Football Friday rolls on. Browns, Steelers on Sunday. Don't forget, Ohio State, Illinois on Saturday. We do have what could be the number one pick derby between Dante Moore and Fernando Mendoza as well. A weird enough to say between Indiana and Oregon, a loaded Big Ten game, a loaded Big Ten slate in general. But Daryl Ryder coming up in 1 hour's time. Let's get to the lead here. Kevin Stefanski spoke with the media today and announced that Shedeur Sanders will be the Browns' backup quarterback.
Shedeur will be the backup. I think the big thing there is all of us play our role throughout the weekend on Sunday, and obviously that backup quarterback role is a little bit different. We're doing everything we can to support the starter, and then you have to be ready in a moment's notice. That's just the life of backup players. That's our job as coaches, as players, to be ready when called upon. Thinking about our players and what's best for our players, and I want to make sure when it comes to young football players, particularly at the quarterback position, that you are intentional about your decision making, and that's really all it is. So excited for all of our guys.
The theme of today has been common sense has prevailed, and so I'm happy about this for Shedeur, obviously, but there's still the reality that Kevin Stefanski chose Joe Flacco first, and then he chose Dylan Gabriel second, and he has continued to choose Dylan Gabriel. And Dylan Gabriel is, until further notice, the starting quarterback, and I like Stefanski's going to want to make that work. So if you're rooting for Shedeur to see the field, it might take you a little bit longer than you think if we even ever get there. And as a Browns fan, you just hope that Dylan Gabriel does good enough. Like, the actual bet is that Dylan Gabriel does good.
Can we just all agree we're happy we avoided Bailey Zappi as the backup?
I just can't believe so many people just wanted to live with the idea that Bailey Zappi was going to be the backup.
I think there are multiple reasons for that. I think some of that is... Actually, you know what? I'll sidestep that for a second. This certainly does put maybe an arrow through the idea that Shedeur sucks, which I feel like I've heard.
Well, so that's kind of like one of the interesting parts of today is that, so they promote him, essentially, is what it is, and they say, we trust you in case Dylan Gabriel goes down, and it does fly directly in conflict with the idea that they've been pushing that he's not ready. So what is it? Is he ready? In your eyes, I think he's been ready the entire time. He himself says he's been ready the entire time, but in their eyes, is he ready? Or is it just now at a spot where they're like, okay, all right, we give up in the Shedeur conversation? Because that feels weird, too.
I don't think it's that, because I think their stubbornness knows no bounds. I think it was the right opportunity with trading Joe Flacco. But when it comes to Shedeur, like, I hope Shedeur fans do realize this is a step in the right direction, because this is progress for him. It's not where you want it to go, right? It's penultimate to that. You want him to be the starter. Get that. But him being the backup is at least a sign that if he has to go in on Sunday, the Browns trust him enough to hold that assignment. That doesn't guarantee anything, but I think it's simple math. I think being 2 injuries away is not as good as being 1 injury away. And I will say this, for Kevin, not only are you being graded off your Dylan Gabriel love, which it's apparent he really believes in Dylan Gabriel, and he's allowed to have that. He's afforded that opinion by virtue of his experience and his position, right? Same thing goes with Shedeur, because the second Shedeur goes out there and actually looks good will be the second that you can't defend, not just Kevin, but the organization can't defend some of the things that you talked about with he's not ready and talking about he has some inferior amount of experience or he's a project quarterback.
I mean, I just think it's going to be really coincidental that if Dylan does struggle, and there's an if there, if he does struggle and it starts to go south, it'll be conveniently the time that Shedeur Sanders has been explosive in practice, has had the best practices we've ever seen him have. Oh, things are clicking. The light bulb is finally going off. Oh, okay. It'll be the coincidence will be there. Myles Garrett also spoke with the media. He was asked about the Browns' commitment to winning after trading Greg Newsome, and he admitted that there's a sense of urgency to win this week.
This organization is, committed to winning and trying to find a way to win and going to player for a player. They're trying to go for someone that they feel, suits our style a little bit better. Winning's definitely still at the forefront of what we want to do. And I think being a player for a player is, trying to add someone who will come in here and have immediate effect. Winning in general just mean a lot. Doesn't matter where it is or who it is. Right now, we need to get a win desperately, and it's got to be a sense of urgency with everybody. Now, is there some history behind it? I'm sure there's history behind any win or loss you can go back and find, but we want to beat these guys, and there's definitely layers to it, but the most basic of that is how we need one.
Can we get Myles some 5-hour energy there?
Yeah, he sounded a little.
He did the I guess, the guy that fits our system better, I guess. There was that.
Kind of feel bad for him in some respect.
No, that's what the money's for.
I know the money and the jokes about the quarterback graveyard and getting Aaron Rodgers on there. That'll be fun as well for him. But
actually, that's what he should do. The quarterback graveyard should just be all the quarterbacks he's played with since 2017.
That one might hit a little bit too close. It's on his lawn, so it'll hit home.
Yeah.
But that one might even be a little too close to home for him.
No, Myles, I think that'd be way funnier. Right?
Yeah.
Hey, you think you've sacked a lot of quarterbacks? Wait till you see the list the Browns have sacked.
The quarterbacks that have sacked your career. Here we go.
It's interesting, the idea of we're still trying to win. You can spin that one of two ways. We're still trying to win, that's our focus, or we understand it's getting late early. And I think Myles, whether he's saying that or not, I think Myles understands that this is as much as you can get it. There's a path here. There is. If you win this week and then you go out against the Dolphins, you're 3-4. And even though I think you have the Ravens after that, or I know the Ravens might be a game after the Dolphins after that, but
the schedule is there for you.
Yes, but it kind of, if you go to 1-5, it gets the math really starts to not math for you.
I heard a clip from Greg Newsome earlier today, and Greg Newsome, obviously, he's in Jacksonville, and he's talking about what great vibes they are already in Jacksonville, and now he enters a winning situation, and that's great. And then he said how with here, he said everyone was just trying to figure it out, and they're trying to find ways to win, and they're trying to, and it wasn't just coach speak or player speak. It really kind of felt like they're as baffled as anyone else as to why they just continue to fall flat on their face, and they are working to try to get it right. The locker room hasn't already this early in the season waved the white flag and said we're done here. They are trying to find these answers.
Charles Robinson of Yahoo Sports was on with Baskin and Phelps today. He said that David Njoku could be on the move before the NFL trade deadline.
To me, you got a rookie who's come in and shown he's capable of stepping in that role and deserving of reps and, appears to be a player that can develop at a high level. I know that there was interest in Njoku at the deadline last year, and the Browns were not interested in moving off him. Well, I think the reality is knowing what's going on with salaries, knowing that he can go and get a pretty good deal elsewhere in free agency, it makes sense that they would pick up the phone this time and listen. In terms of what he's worth, given, again, it's a rental. Everybody knows it's a rental. It's vastly different than what it would have been last year. I think you could probably, the right team calls that has the inclination that they want, to extend him, you could probably get a third for him, I still think, even at, the age that he's at.
Third's pretty good, all things considered. I think Stefanski loves two tight end sets too much to ever do this, though. And so it's going to be whether or not Andrew Berry just overrides and says, this is the decision we're making, and you'll have one of those awkward Stefanski press conferences where he's clearly bothered by the trade, didn't want to see the trade. That's still on the table. That could happen. But if it's up to Stefanski, I think Njoku's still on the team.
I would agree. And I think what's interesting is, if you're not going to re-sign David, which is the first, that's the first barrier you have to get to. If you look at this and go, he's going to cost $20 million, and at this point with our cap situation, with the Deshaun stuff, with maybe where David is his career, we just can't. It's like Jack Conklin, and when you extended Jack Conklin, the initial Jack Conklin deal worked out, and then you extended him another 2 years, and it really puts you behind the 8 ball. I can see that happening with David Njoku, given how long he's been in the NFL, given the fact he's already had 75 injuries, even though not a lot of season enders. Mm-hmm. So that's the first barrier. But if you get to that barrier as a front office, then it becomes, all right, what can't we turn down? I think you can turn down a 4th rounder for David. I do. I'd rather re-sign David than get a 4th rounder for next year. A 3rd rounder's really tough. Like, even if it's a conditional 3rd rounder, which is right on that barrier there of 3rd and 4th round, I think it's really, really tough to say no to that.
How much of this is dependent on what we see with Harold Fannin over the next few weeks?
I don't think it does. I really don't. I think you believe in Fannin anyways. If you have to draft it, listen. If Stefanski's still here, you're drafting another tight end this year, right?
I would think so. He just loves the 2 tight end set so much. That's the hard part I have in this. Now, one thing, if they do get rid of him though, and I love Njoku, but like it's not. I kind of like the idea that they're shedding some of the players from what was perceived to be the Browns window that we had. Mm-hmm. And I kind of like that we're starting to move away from a lot of those guys. And one by one, piece by piece, we're starting to kind of put that away and have some of the newer players come up and have a newer identity and a different identity. Because there's a lot of players now that have been on this team for 7-8 years that have done a lot of losing with this franchise. And I don't hate the idea that right now, just from a culture standpoint, might not be the worst time to jettison that.
I think that's easier to sell with David because of Fannin. I think it's tougher to sell for a guy like Wyatt when there's just not a guy like. I think you could put Tevin Jenkins in there, but I mean, I don't think. I think if you watch the offensive line, I think Wyatt has been your best offensive lineman for the last 5 years, and respect to Joel, who I think had that claim for a minute in that 5-year period, but I think it's pretty much consistently been Wyatt Teller, and it's not close.
I know. What I'm getting at is the idea that we have a lot of guys still from that 7-8 years ago. Because Miles is still here, Denzel's still here, and I wasn't even speaking about Wyatt. I'm just saying the more guys that you start to shed yourself from that stretch, I actually don't hate going in that direction.
What if somebody calls about Denzel?
What's your offer? Like Jalen Ramsey has had multiple first offered up for him. In 2 different times, Jalen Ramsey has been traded for 2 first-round picks plus to be moved, and that was the best cornerback of the game each time that he was sent. I don't think Denzel Ward is the best cornerback in the game because Pat Surtain exists. I think he's the second best. So, like, it's not crazy that a team would offer 2 first.
That's tough for me. That's really tough. I still think Denzel's got some good football. I would understand it, but that'd be really, really tough for me. That to me is like trading a Miles or trading a Nick Chubb or that. Honestly, I feel the same way about Wyatt. Like Joel 3 years ago, like that's just tough. The business of Dylan Gabriel and the business of Shedeur Sanders ahead of Brown Steelers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Ads.Odyssey.com. The Browns are looking for their first win of the Dillon Gabriel era, and they're headed each with a showdown against Aaron Rodgers and Pittsburgh.
Might be the best thrower of the football I've ever seen, just from the arm talent, the skill that he has.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
After reviewing the play,
92.3 The Fan.
The business of Dillon Gabriel and the business of Shedeur Sanders coming up in just a few seconds here. Should be noted, I've heard from one member of the 6-team morning show on 92.3 The Fan, the man himself, Mitch Spinell, saying he did not eat the donuts. He did not know of the donuts. And I will say publicly, he was a guy I never really had any concerns about.
That doesn't track.
No. No, what I mean is, I don't think if he was the guy that found the donuts and he knew they weren't his, I don't think he would. Now, if someone had presented them as their donuts, I do think that would be a case he would have eaten them, but he claims he did not see them at all.
I felt target one for you. This is my feel. You tell me if I felt wrong. I thought it was Mitch and then Owen.
No, it's Owen, then Ken, not profiling, then Ken, then Jeff Thomas, and that's about it.
Listen, I don't want to stir the pot or do anything here. I really don't.
Yeah, we're definitely above that at this stage.
Not what I'm trying.
Never do that.
Well, not what I'm trying to do in making the statement I'm about to make. This is how I see things. Okay, I can't shut this brain off. It just goes, and I just have to let it go. Right.
Mm-hmm.
We have someone among us that claims that he was there after hours and definitely had the opportunity to eat said donuts. That has not acquitted himself from eating said donuts yet, and that is Mac Robinson.
All right, now I will say this because Mac is itching to talk now. This is the get out of jail free card.
We didn't know he stayed after as long as he did until he admitted to us about an hour ago that he stays after, and because he works like 12 hours a day.
If you saw the donuts,
hard worker.
This happens, right? You see donuts, maybe you think, free donuts.
And I just thought he brought himself into that equation of potentially being the person that ate the donuts, and this is why the morning show has no idea what you're talking about.
If this is Mitch, I haven't heard from the other guys. If this, I want to give you the free out. If you told me right now, we are such good friends, I think so highly of you. If you told me right now, I'm sorry, I took the donuts, that's on me. Even if you just threw them away, I would give you the Peterlin pass.
It'd be funny
if
I found out you threw them away. Wasteful, though. Wasteful. In this economy?
If you ate, I'd rather you eat them than throw them out. But I'd say, you know what, Mac? I got love for you. If somebody just owned it, I would immediately forgive them.
Have you texted anyone in the morning show or just talked about him publicly?
No. They come to me. That's how this one works. That's exactly how this works.
I don't think you don't want answers. If you haven't texted them, you don't really want answers.
I think a guilty man doesn't reach out. Mitch reached out. Mitch gave me the denial.
You want Jake to call him one by one and be like, hey, really quick. It's the weekend already for you guys. You've worked very hard all week.
That's a long, beautiful weekend.
Really nice shows from the morning show.
Long, beautiful weekend.
I know, Lima was on fire this morning.
I want your conscience to eat at you.
Hey, Lima, you got 2 young kids. You had a really awesome week at work. You really done a great job
this week.
Did you eat those donuts?
No.
As he's trying to put his kids, and spend family time with them?
Don't want any of it. I want them to think about what they've done. And then come to me with the honesty. Mac, did you or did you not eat or throw away the donuts?
I did not. I did not know that you had them up there. And also, I went to the establishment that I am known for frequenting after...
Gentlemen's Club.
No.
Okay, the different one.
The restaurant that I frequent often. Yes. After
Different
work.
ways.
I believe you, and you are no longer a suspect. Because that's how we do things. We take it. There's trust. It's the whole point of the donut exercise. There's trust. We're in the trust tree with the nest.
I trust no one.
Well, I mean, now I don't trust the morning show.
I trust zero P. You tell me you didn't eat those donuts, it makes me believe you're even guiltier. Not you, Mac. Not you. But like the text from Mitch, now I'm getting a little suspicious.
Mitch is an honest man. He's many things, but he's not dishonest. I will say that. Right? Fair, Mac?
That is very fair.
All right. Now, with this being said, this is the business of Dillon Gabriel, and it's the business of Shedeur Sanders. Obviously, we've had a lot of conversations about Shedeur being the backup, Dillon being the starter. What does this mean? Is there more pressure on Dillon? Whether we're already in a quarterback controversy, all that. But it's interesting. The 2 conversations on the 2 quarterbacks this week have been, one, can you open up the playbook for Dillon Gabriel to throw the ball down the field more?
Mm-hmm.
which if you know anything about Dillon Gabriel, you know that's not his forte. That's not what he was here to be brought for. And the other thing has been, well, but Shador's brought this circus, and you just can't have the circus around anymore, as if this was a surprise. Dillon Gabriel profiles in the NFL as a check-down Charlie, and Shador is a social media influencing quarterback. None of what I saw on Sunday, that last Sunday, surprised me with Dillon Gabriel. I don't expect, we've opened up the offense and now he's turned into Aaron Rodgers from 10 years ago. And the same thing with Shador. I don't expect him to turn into, Dillon Gabriel overnight.
They've gotten what they've asked for is kind of what you're spelling out here.
Yes.
Like they've gotten you signed up for this ride. Now the ride is happening. You knew that this ride was going on. And it's, hey, here's why I would defend the Browns just briefly on this. It's just the idea that they haven't really shown us that they're against what they've signed up for in that regard. Like when it comes to Dillon Gabriel, like that's part of what Stefanski loves. Stefanski has not shied away from loving that part of Dillon Gabriel, and he's obviously utilized that part of Dillon Gabriel. And then even when it comes to Shador and the circus, listen, a lot of people have made it a circus or whatever you want to call it, but it's not as if the Browns are sitting there and saying, it's become too much. In fact, you're almost going in the other direction. When people say trade Shador immediately, they've scoffed at that.
So, by the way, this should be, other than the fact that I think Kevin is uncomfortable with Shador and having a personality, what Jason Lloyd said on the Scoop City podcast, where the Browns, whoever that could be, fear Shador becoming another Baker. I think the Browns, I would be surprised if the Browns were surprised. I think fans might be surprised.
I mean, surprised in what aspect? I think you're talking about the circus.
I think
if you didn't see the circus or the attention, I'm going to call it attention. If you didn't see the attention around Shador coming, you're just an idiot.
Okay, on both fronts. One, I think they think there's something there with Dillon Gabriel that isn't, meaning he becomes Steve Young, throwing the ball down the field all the time. And then two, I think the Shador detractors or Browns fans who were maybe not on the Shador bandwagon, I think they thought once he became the backup, they wouldn't have to think about or hear about him again. And that's just not how that works.
All right, well, now you put me on a hard spot because I don't want to call Browns fans idiots, but the people that thought that it would just go away, then you didn't pay attention to anything that happened with Shador already. Like that's listen, some people think this is a bug. I look at it as a feature with Shador. So I don't want to paint that in any sort of negative way, but like the attention's always going to be, you're Dion's kid. It's not going anywhere.
Well, and that's the other thing. I think this week people have started to paint Shador in a light that is very NFL centric and a very stuffy way of looking at quarterbacks, as if Shador has become a distraction. It's nonsensical. Shador, although I know he encourages with a social media chain and the kind of coverage that he generates, right? Because let's be honest, Shador does equate to clicks. It's as simple as that.
Sure.
He is a lightning rod, both good and bad, no matter what happens, no matter if he does anything good or bad. But like this idea that he's become a distraction or it's too much for the Browns, then that's on the Browns. That is like if the Browns are like, man, this is really tough to navigate. Yeah, you could have figured that one out like 5 months ago.
I don't think they think it's tough to navigate or are really disheartened if you talk to the people at the very, very top of the Browns, and I mean the Haslams. Like it's funny how whoever told Jason about the fear of being Baker or whatever it is, Jimmy Haslam loved the attention that Baker Mayfield brought. I call him Jerry Jones Jr. for a reason. He loves the idea of people talking about the Browns, people discussing the Browns, and this was one of the only ways you were going to get people to talk about the Browns this season. So I don't think the Haslams at the very top, I don't think they're fearful in any regard with this. I think they're getting exactly what they wanted on this. When they turn on ESPN, when they turn on Fox Sports 1, they turn on the big stations, people are discussing the Browns. They're discussing Shador. I think if you talk to Haslam, that's what they'd go for. I think the fear side of this maybe is in the other people that are close to the top of the Browns but aren't the tippy top.
I'd be surprised if this bugs Andrew Berry at all.
I was talking about Stefanski.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah, he gets bothered by everything.
And I think that's where if Stefanski feels like Shador has become a distraction, I guess my problem is
Stefanski doesn't have power to do anything at this point.
But I think my problem is Shador's become a distraction. Because I don't think it's Shador. Shador doesn't, yes, he can absolutely get more people talking about him by miming and stuff like that. But, like, he's not out there getting in legal trouble, right? He's not out there being accused of what certain dudes in that locker room have been accused of. He's not coming out and saying inflammatory things. So, like, I don't get Kevin's side of this other than there's just a lot of natural noise that comes with Shedeur, at which point, oh, well, he's a member of the team. This happens. Miles gets himself into Dutch at least once a year with something he says.
Well,
there's the whole lightning rod of Deshaun as well.
I think Stefanski just wants an incredibly boring locker room. Most coaches probably want an incredibly boring locker room, but that's just not how the NFL works, and it's really not how this Browns team has ever worked around Stefanski. They've always been a lightning rod. Maybe that's where his reprieve or where he's searching for a reprieve comes from. He's like that the meme of the Popeyes worker that's just been overworked and is sitting on the bench. That's the I'm just tired. I'm tired at this point. Every year I get some sort of controversy. Every year I get Baker into OBJ. Then I deal with OBJ's dad. I get Jarvis attached to that. And then I get Deshaun Watson. And now I get Shedeur when it should be like, I think he just might be the Popeyes worker. He's tired.
Does he just not know what being an NFL head coach is?
I mean, that's where someone needs to open up his eyes a little bit and say this does happen basically everywhere that isn't like the Tennessee Titans. This happens everywhere.
Philadelphia was 4-0, and A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith, and Saquon Barkley apparently have been having some sort of war, and they were 4-0 after winning the Super Bowl.
But there are sleepier cities than others, right? Like, one thing that's great about Cleveland and great about this and why this station works is because Browns fans are awesome and Browns fans care a ton. One thing with Baker, for instance, Tampa Bay, sleepy city. Sleepy city. That media doesn't go after you. That media throws you softballs. You're not really dealing with much. No one's coming after you in any sort of way. The questions you get asked are all softball questions. Like, there are softer spots in the NFL than what Cleveland is.
I'm trying to think if I can rebut that, but I don't know. I don't really know that much about Tampa Bay. 216-474-0092. Has Shedeur become a distraction? And I do think that leads us to what I think is a tricky question. I think Stefanski needs a definitive win, not like a moral victory. He needs a win this weekend. Mm-hmm. I think you could say the same darn thing about Dillon Gabriel.
They both need wins, but I like to play the who needs the win more card. We don't get to just sit there and say both. Pinkston said both, and you know what infuriated me? I think Stefanski needs to win more than Dillon Gabriel this weekend. I think Stefanski needs to get back in the good graces of the fan base. I think he needs to start to stack wins, as they say. I think he needs... Last week was bad for Stefanski. It wasn't that bad for Dillon Gabriel. It was bad for Stefanski. I think Stefanski needs this one.
So I think this is the kind of game that if it turns into a blowout loss... So like last week, fans came back and it was time to turn on Kevin again. Right? The Green Bay game got you a reprieve. Then you had the Detroit game, which no one expected you to win. And then you got bounced this last week in London. People turned on Kevin. Because it's the Steelers. Because you're coming
this was a rough week for Kevin in many ways.
It is.
Bruce Arians publicly speaking the way he did, he got just torched by one of the better coaches the NFL's seen.
I'd love to get that guy on this show one day. But
would it help if he... would he appear or have a more likely chance of appearing if Stefanski continues to be not great, or if Stefanski turns it around? I'm going to go with the first one.
I have no idea. What I will say is, I think this is the kind of game where fans who are thinking we've got something legit in Dillon. If Dillon has a lesser game than he did this last week, and you lose, I would be surprised if we aren't hearing Shedeur's name more from fans on Sunday or on Monday.
We're going to hear it before even kickoff happens. Like if I'm Shedeur, if I'm Dillon, he just has to understand 2 games. Kevin's not moving away from you after 2 games. There's no chance that happens. He loves you too much.
Is this week bigger for Stefanski, or is this week bigger for Dillon Gabriel and the road not taken for the Cleveland Browns? Is it truly a missed opportunity? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Want to talk Browns while you're at work? Baskin and Phelps, weekdays starting at 10 on 92.3 The Fan.
Daryl Ryder coming up in 15 minutes' time. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We have a source. Coming up at 6:20, we have someone who says...
Okay, hold on. People really think this is like an important Browns thing here. I think we need to do like the caveat. It's a different source.
Yeah, this is very important.
It's important in a different way.
It's very, very important that we get down to the case of who took or ate my 6-pack of donuts that was only here for not even 24 hours. They knew they didn't buy them. Anyway, we have a source. They'll be able to talk to us at 6:20 about the case of the missing donuts. We're gonna have to grill this person at 6:20 because I don't know that.
I don't think grilling is going to be a thing that this person does. I think this person is just going to flat out just say it.
Well, no. I mean, we got to make sure it's honest. I mean, if I'm going to start,
we have bright lights on us, but I don't think we're going to be able to turn the bright lights on them and be like an interrogation to get the info out.
I'm pretty confident in my interrogation abilities.
This person will just tell us. I don't think we're going to have to really work hard here.
I think it's more we're going to vet. Maybe vet's the better word.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, but 6:20.
Early payoff in that segment is what I'm promising you guys. Early payoff.
Well, we need that. But the question, then we're going to have to ask ourselves, do we believe what we've heard? Right?
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, because we can't do our own research here, so we're really going to have to trust the source at 6:20.
And you know me, I don't believe anybody.
But will you believe this person?
Probably not. If what tracks with me, I probably not.
What if they say they actually saw it?
That's better.
Okay.
That's better.
Not they heard it through the grapevine. They saw it with their own.
I got to figure out the whole shit. I don't even know how this person would have figured it out. I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea how this person would have figured it out. So we'll find out. We'll find out at 6:20.
Now, that being said, Jackson Dart was good enough to win the football game last night. Mm-hmm. Last night was really Cam Scadaboo's night, but it's turned into Jackson Dart is now Eli Manning 2.0.
And so I saw you tweeting about this, and I know Ken was in a very similar frame of reference. Was there a hesitation to even want to talk about this today, or no?
No, because I don't know. It's tough. I understand the point that people are making. You need a quarterback. This was thought to be a bad quarterback draft, and you could have been one of the teams to trade up for Jackson Dart. At the same point, it's like, can you look at pick 5, pick 33, pick 35, pick 67, and go, yeah, I'd rather one of those guys not be here? For 2 games, maybe 3 games of Jackson Dart, who's looked, again, okay. Yes, the Giants have won, but he's looked okay.
All right, so the saving grace in that conversation is the idea that it's only been 3 games. And I heard Colin Cowherd today. He already proclaimed that Jackson Dart, franchise quarterback. The Giants found their franchise quarterback with just last night. He opened his show saying franchise quarterback Jackson Dart. There are a lot of people, I listened to the Fan in New York, they're making similar claims there as well, and they're not understanding the 3 games portion of this. So I'm not going to sit here and say that they have their franchise quarterback, but what I do think is interesting, and I think that it matters more than if it was just a star like Scadaboo, for instance, that they found in the 3rd round. It's like, well, why didn't you take Scadaboo? Well, the difference here is that Kevin Stefanski went to the pro day for Ole Miss, saw him with his own eyes. Mm-hmm. Then they had him hosted here for a visit because they wanted to see him with their own eyes. In a class where you needed quarterbacks, they sat there and they judged him as harshly as you can with these quarterbacks. Because remember, they're all about doing the due diligence, right? Everything's due diligence. Well, their due diligence, the early returns on this one is that their due diligence on Jackson Dart stunk. Wasn't good. Now, again, they might end up being right in this one. That's where Stefanski has to hope long-term that he is right, but I will hold them accountable in this regard. When you look at a quarterback and you say, when you have drafts everywhere, you could pick a number 2, you could pick it what turned into be number 5, you could pick a number 33 and 36 to trade up to get into the teens or the early 20s. You're telling everyone you did your due diligence. Jackson Dart isn't it. And if he turns out to be it, then yes, you did swing and miss.
I think right now, Jackson Dart is benefiting from the same thing that Dylan Gabriel benefited from, where the quarterback previously was such a dud And things were so bleak in New York, just the way they were here when you moved to Dillon Gabriel, that there were no expectations. Like, people had already written the Giants off for the season, and now that they're, to me,
he scored 34 points though, Nick, against the team that won the Super Bowl last year, while not having his top 2 wide receivers in Malik Neighbors, who's out for the season, and Darius Slayton, who isn't there.
He didn't throw for 200 yards.
Yeah, but he put up 34 points.
No, he didn't. Cam Scadaboo had 3 touchdowns. I'm going to give the credit to the guy that scored the touchdowns, not the guy who just didn't screw the game up. That's like, it's the same thing with Dillon.
Oh, man, I don't know. That seems harsh on Jackson Dart in that game.
I thought he looked okay. I thought he looked fine. No, fine's a better word. Like, do I think he looked better than Dillon Gabriel?
That's a harsh grade in my opinion. Okay.
Like, what special thing? I think he's tough as hell, by the way. I'll give him credit. I think toughness. That is an A1 trait right there. He's got a nice arm. Like, he's a nice player. But if he was 1-2, if they had lost last night by a field goal, I don't think anyone's talking about Jackson Dart the same way. I think we're doing the thing that we do when young quarterbacks win, and we're putting way too much emphasis on that. I think much like Dillon Gabriel, he gets credit for just being better than Russell Wilson. I don't think we should overreact to this point. I mean,
I thought it was impressive. I was impressed by
65% completion percentage, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Like, I don't remember what his ADOT is, but generally pretty
well. He did.
Okay-ish numbers.
He had a pretty decent game 1. He stunk game 2, and then the game last night. And like, I obviously I'm focusing a lot on last night because last night is the game that we all watched in full, and we all sat in front of our TVs and really got to sit and watch him play a decent amount. And I know I left impressed, but it doesn't mean they have their franchise quarterback, and this is why I'm not killing the Browns today. I would kill the Browns if I thought that Jackson Dart was the franchise quarterback, and oh boy, you really did miss in a big way. That's yet to be written. But that was a draft, and the important note of this is that was a draft where they hosted him, they went to his pro day, they did all the due diligence in the world, and they walked away and said no thank you.
But here's the thing, if the Browns were right on Jackson Dart, no one's going to circle back and be like, glad we dodged that bullet. The same people today who did the meltdown after 3 games. Again, it was fine. I'm impressed with him in that he is better than I thought he was going to be as a rookie. That doesn't mean I see like something special there. Like, when you watched him last night, did you see special? I saw some gutsy stuff that I liked, but same thing with Cam Scadaboo. Like, Cam Scadaboo, if I need 7 yards, is a lot of fun. If I need 3 yards, is a lot of fun. If I need 40 yards, okay.
He had a couple throws to Wan'Dale Robinson that I didn't know he could make. So the big question with Dart, and Dart was obviously very polarizing. We talked a lot about him leading up to the draft, but he's polarizing because it's like, how much of what Ole Miss does can translate? You know, like they get the high-powered offenses, and you do all that, and it's like, how much of that will actually translate to the NFL? And some of the throws he made last night, I thought definitely translated.
216-474-0092. Are you maybe blaming the Browns today for not having drafted Jackson Dart? I'm not saying this won't become a valid conversation. I'm not saying that I'm not saying I don't understand that this is a bad look for people who need a quarterback, and we're choosing between Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders, a 3rd and 5th rounder, and Jackson Dart theoretically was right there. I also look at this and go, yeah, I'm going to need a little bit more. I need to see like a special quarterback before I really start to. Actually, no, there's one more thing. I remember like 5 guys on social media that wanted Jackson Dart. I don't remember anybody in the media calling for him, and I don't remember too many guys in the draft community pounding the table for him either.
I thought he was like the consensus 3rd quarterback in the draft.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone
I thought there was a distinction there. It was like Cam Ward and Shedeur, and then there was a gap, and the gap started then with Jackson Dart.
But I don't remember anyone saying franchise quarterback. I don't remember anyone saying the Browns should draft him.
He still went in the 1st round, though. It's not as if he was perceived to be like some slacky quarterback, just a bad quarterback.
Do you remember anyone saying they should draft him?
No, I remember not the Browns. No, not specifically the Browns. I didn't want them to draft him. But like, again, that's not the point. I'm not the one making the decision. Like, they're the ones going to his pro day. They're the ones getting up close and personal. Again, Stefanski went to his pro day. They hosted him here. They have the eyeballs on it. They're the pros. They're supposed to be able to identify this stuff. They clearly, I mean, again, it's too early to say they clearly missed on him, because who knows? Maybe he'll turn around and absolutely stink up the joint. But early returns for the Giants. Dable looks right now like he saved his job.
Dillon Gabriel starting game 2. Shedeur is the backup. The Browns have thrown the dart at the dartboard. That wasn't great. We'll talk Jackson Dart as well. Daryl Ryder in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey!
will go for Detroit, but on short rest, George Kirby takes the mound for Seattle. First pitch out west is at 8 o'clock. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin on a Football Friday, on an F-Off Friday. We got, in case we missed it, coming up in 40 minutes, we have a source who says, and again, we've not vetted this source. We have not. I have not engaged with them because I want this to come to truth, come to air, right on air.
I want to take away the source title from this person, too, by the way. It can be your source. I'm going to call this person Boots in the Ground.
Oh, I like that.
You know what
That's
I mean? We just had boots on the ground. I just don't know. I've never had this person. Wait, is this snitching?
I don't think it's a snitch. I think if it's the truth.
Because like snitches get ditches.
Well, yeah.
I've been taught that.
Have you also heard that?
I don't like snitches.
Have you heard that the truth shall set you free?
Yeah, but sometimes it really doesn't, though. Like sometimes we got a lot of history that suggests it doesn't.
I don't know about that, but we've got boots on the ground.
History that suggests it doesn't.
In 20 minutes there, but right now we got Browns Steelers on Sunday. Shador's the backup. Dylan Gabriel once again. We welcome in Daryl Ryder. Brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, welcome to the show.
Hello, boys.
How we doing? Just to be clear, I know you weren't in this morning. You didn't eat my donuts, did you?
I did not touch your donuts.
Okay.
I know much better than to go near any of Nick Wilson's pastries.
In fairness, they were not marked Nick Wilson's donuts. They were merely a grocery bag with donuts in them, like the packaging, not just like free donuts in a bag. I'm not a psychopath.
I have a suspect for you, though.
Sure, you can play the guessing game.
He does host the morning show, and it name on the show. I'm not accusing anyone. I'm just offering a potential
real
lead.
quick. I think it's really interesting that you were trying to tell us, and your signal was breaking up.
I do find that interesting as well. As if
feels like somebody
other
was trying
forces
to.
are ahead. We honestly did not hear what you had to say, Daryl.
Yeah,
it broke up right at the spot where you were trying to give your name, as if it was like a thriller movie that it was intentional.
I would just say maybe the first two words in the title of the morning show could be a suspect.
That has been posited.
The Ken?
I cannot offer any more specific than that, other than to say that
the second and third words.
Said person has been accused of enjoying pastries themselves.
Daryl, we know you don't get surprised often. Were you surprised Shador was named the backup quarterback today?
A little bit. Just from just a little. And now all the shishills out there, including Jonathan, can take a step back from the ledge. He is now QB2.
Nobody was near the ledge, Daryl. I had a bone.
I don't know. I have social media, and there were a lot of people freaking out this week about the possibility of Bailey Zappi being QB2 in front of Shador. But, from a roster management standpoint, trying to get in between, Andrew Berry's thinking, I thought for sure that they would elevate Zappi from the practice squad for a couple of weeks just to buy them some extra time to get Shador up to speed to be the backup. But, he's a play away Sunday now. So he is QB2, and we'll see if Dylan Gabriel can play all four quarters, or do we get the NFL debut of one Shador Sanders?
Okay, so I'm glad we have you on, because I listened to you this morning, and you were trying to give the Browns credit for their handling of Shador, and so that was with the assumption that it was Zappi into Shador or whoever else. Does this mean you revoke your credit, and they are no longer handling Shador the right way? Because that was the inference that I would make there.
Absolutely not. I pride myself on my consistency. But I'm going to tell you right now, I think that they're still handling this the right way. They feel he's ready to be QB2, so that's fine. Go ahead and get him ready for that. I don't know that the prospect of him having to see the field in Pittsburgh in that particular building is the best environment for him, but if he's ready to go, hey, roll with it.
So you would have gave him credit either way, then, is what you're telling me?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the organization, believe it or not, has actually handled this situation very well with Shedeur. They've not tried to put the cart before the horse. The easy thing for them to do was to fast-track him from day one, just because of his popularity, the fact that he sells a ton of jerseys, the fact that he's great for a ton of social media engagement, right? But I trust that Stefanski, Barry, and company, Tommy Rees as well, if they feel he's ready to be the backup, then so be it. I don't know that he's ready to start an NFL game, but I'm pretty sure in a couple of weeks we're going to cross that bridge as well. We're definitely going to get there because I don't know that Dillon Gabriel is going to be doing a whole lot of winning here in the next couple of weeks.
Daryl, how much added pressure is there on Dillon Gabriel because Shedeur is now the backup?
I think that there's some more. I think there's inherent pressure to begin with Shedeur being on the roster to begin with. Nick, that's not just now he's QB2 looming over the shoulder type of a situation. There's pressure for him to take the game to the next level. We saw in London against Minnesota a very basic, simple, well-executed game plan by Dillon Gabriel. That's all well and good. You didn't win the football game. You certainly didn't score any more points than you have scored in the previous games as well. 17 points is now your season high. Need to get past that marker desperately. Everybody else in the NFL can score 20 points with regularity except the Cleveland Browns. It doesn't matter the coordinator, doesn't matter the head coach, doesn't matter the quarterback. And they've had about a dozen of them in the last 3 years. They still can't score more than 17 points in a game. Really frustrating to watch. So Dillon Gabriel now has to show, and we heard a little bit of, I don't want to say angst or frustration, but Jerry Jeudy did make it a point to say this week that he is hoping they can get a little more vertical with this offense. They can get the football down the field. We've not seen that in the first 4 weeks with Joe Flacco or last week with Dillon Gabriel. And look, Jerry's right. Now, also, too, if the ball goes down the field, it would be most helpful if Jerry Jeudy caught said football. That's a whole nother conversation. But I need to see from Dillon Gabriel this week a little bit more of an expanded game plan for him. Get the ball down the field, get some explosive plays outside of the running game. We've seen that already from Quinshon Judkins, but hopefully more explosive plays equal more points on the scoreboard.
Nick's mad you said Judkins.
It's Judkins. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be that guy. It's just everybody says Judkins now, and it's Judkins.
You're trying to be that guy. It's okay. You're grumpy. You had someone ate your pastries.
Okay, yes.
I get it.
Fair. I also am just, yes, am I making a case with you because you're here? But it's Judkins.
Yeah.
That's not what you said, Daryl.
Okay.
All right, hey Daryl, we're gonna do this like as a Scantron test when you're growing out there. You got to fill out a bubble, okay? You must choose one. Both is not an answer.
Let me get my number 2 pencil handy. Okay.
Both is not an answer.
You like bubbles,
Daryl? You have to fill in one of the bubbles. You have to fill in one of the spots here. Is this week bigger for Stefanski or Dillon Gabriel?
Gabriel.
Oh.
I'd love an explanation why.
I still don't think Kevin's going anywhere. I don't care how many people have tried to fire this guy in the last 3 weeks. I'm not convinced he's going anywhere.
He's 4-18 in the last 22 games. It's not a ridiculous conversation to be had.
I'm not saying it's a ridiculous conversation to be had, and I realize they're 4-18 in the last 22. I'm the one that put the stat out. They've only scored 20 points in those 22 games 3 times. So I'm very well aware of the futility. Don't need it. In fact, I think I've written the memo on the futility, but I'm not sold that they're going to move on from Kevin Stefanski right now. He's got to. Let's see how the rest of this way goes with these rookie quarterbacks. Is there any development? Does the offense become more productive? So far, I mean, the operation's been pretty clean. It's not been sloppy. It's just been they're not making any plays. And the game plans have been very basic. And you can criticize whether or not he has tailored said offense properly to Joe Flacco or to Dillon Gabriel. But I'm not sold that they're just counting down the weeks until the end of the season. First of all, I don't think there's going to be a change in the middle of the season. I'm not convinced that Kevin Stefanski is on the hot seat right now.
I just think, so specific to Kevin, I think the defenses I'm hearing now, it's still 2-time coach of the year. It's still he'd get hired again tomorrow if they fired him today.
Which I don't believe.
By the way, both of those are facts.
It's not a fact.
No, Mike Vrabel had to wait a year.
I honestly just
Mike
don't
Vrabel
believe
was
it.
a more
But
accomplished head coach.
It's definitely an opinion, not a fact.
Kevin Stefanski would have a job tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like an offensive
job, but not as a head coach.
That's fair.
But so it's that he's still really well liked around the NFL.
He is.
But like, if you look at the body of work, it should be getting harder to defend him, even if when I say national media is really stuck on their analysis of Kevin Stefanski from 4 years ago.
Well, again, to my point, Nick, there are things that have to be shown here. Okay, so far the rookie class has shown a tremendous amount of promise. Okay, so that means that the coaching staff, in my view, doing a pretty good job with them. What I need to see from Stefanski is, again, the elevation of Dylan Gabriel's game. And then when they go to Shedeur Sanders, whenever that's going to be, whether that's in 2-3 weeks or when they've got this big handful of home games, I think it's 5 home games in 7 weeks, I guarantee you by then, with the season down the drain, you'll see Shedeur Sanders because, well, they don't want the Steeler fans taking over and the Bills Mafia coming here and taking over. They want people still buying Browns tickets and going to see these games. And the one way to do that with another double-digit loss season in your back pocket is you put Shedeur Sanders out there, the kid that everybody really wants to see play. But Stefanski's going to have to show the growth with these players. You're going to have to see it on the field. And then now, if they look the same from start one to whatever start, right? Both of these kids look the same, then I think there's a conversation to be had. If the game management is as bad as it was in London, there's a conversation to be had there. I will grant you that. But right now, as we're going into week number 6, I just think that people are itching to fire Kevin, and I don't know that the Haslams feel the same way. And again, that opinion is subject to change as we get deeper into the season.
Are the Steelers good?
Look, Mike Tomlin is a miracle worker. He has a way of making a whole lot of something out of a whole lot of nothing. Aaron Rodgers I don't think Aaron Rodgers is the same player, but he's effective. He has adapted his game to his age and his skill set, and he's finding ways to be effective. So they lead the division, so they're doing something right in Pittsburgh. I don't know how Mike Tomlin does it year in and year out. They'll probably win the division this year because everyone else is down between the Bengals and the Ravens, and then the Steelers will be eliminated in Wild Card Weekend, as they usually are.
Daryl, I jammed you up. I might have had some post-donut anger there.
Daryl, he's been picking fights all day. It's continued with our donut excursion.
I've known Nick for nearly 3 decades, and when he doesn't get his pastries, he's a grumpy old guy.
Don't take it personally, Daryl.
Whoa.
I don't take it personally at all. And you know what? I hope that those responsible for stealing those pastries are brought to justice. And there are cameras in that lobby, Nick, so might want to check the surveillance footage.
I just hope it's not Quinshon Junkins.
Oh. We do have cameras. Any chance we've reached out to people that can pull the tape for us and find out exactly who this was?
You know what? I've got the perfect guy to watch that tape for you. It's Kevin Stefanski.
Oh, I didn't know what kind of tape we were talking about. Daryl, I know a lot of guys will watch a couple tapes, but Daryl, great stuff as always, buddy.
You bet, guys. Have a great weekend.
Daryl Ryder there, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We will react to what Daryl had to say, and we have I like the way you put it. We've got boots on the ground that will tell us. I don't know if it's a report. I don't know if it's their opinion. The case of the missing donuts may be solved in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
couple of good throws. The first touchdown was a good play call. Fannon's wide open. Obviously, he didn't change the overall scope of the offense. Still only scored 17 points. We've seen that since December. Didn't make receivers hold on to the ball. Not that there were a ton of drops, but Jerry Jeudy had one. It was a tough catch, but it was a big non-catch. Would have converted a long third down.
Listen for Scott Petrak from the Chronicle-Telegram Monday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We do have, in case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes. But at 4:40 today, I was not ready to emotionally talk about it because it was such a betrayal. There had been food that I had bought for my family, donuts that I had put up in the producer bay. I forgot them last night. So mind you, bought them yesterday with what I had for lunch yesterday from the store down the road, and then I kept the donuts up there, mostly because I didn't want to tote them to the other side as well and didn't want to have them in the studio. Then I forgot them, and so today I came in looking for them, and they are gone. So either somebody ate them or threw them away. And can we all agree?
Or took them home is option
Or took
C.
them home. So in which case they ate them. Can we all agree?
Well, we don't know that they ate them.
That's true.
Owen could have brought them for his kids.
That's true. That's true.
It just is what it is.
Can we all agree there's a 24-hour rule of something sitting out here if you didn't buy it?
No, the only saving grace you have in this is that it was in a paper bag.
I know, plastic bag.
Sorry, plastic bag. It was covered up is the point.
Yes.
The point is that it was not out there for anybody, which means that the person that actually ate these donuts, they went into and basically hounded down something that they shouldn't have been going into.
Now,
that's the real problem I have with this. If it's just donuts left out, we know these parts. It's open territory for anybody.
Now, D-Love saying, didn't you hear Baskin? Not sure what time it was, saying that the apple scent in the studio smelled good.
I mean, it's also fall, so everything is apple scented, right?
I'm just saying he denied it to our face. The denial would be so much worse than the actual. If you did it and then lied about it, that's worse than the initial crime.
A quick aside, do you buy the air purifiers in your house to match up the different seasons? Because I definitely do.
I do not.
I definitely do.
But
my whole house, it smells like a pumpkin threw up in my house right now. And then when we get to closer into the winter, past pumpkin season, we'll switch them out. We'll put the other ones in there that make it smell like gingerbread cookies.
Now Vanessa will do that, although I don't think she does pumpkin or cinnamon kind of smells.
Well, there's different ones. So it's like pumpkin. I got a red harvest thing going on upstairs right now.
I think she likes a harvest smell.
I kind of have fun. Yeah, I kind of have fun picking them out if we're just being truthful about the whole ordeal.
And living in the suburbs, really.
I'm rocking the suburbs.
There's
not much
whittling you down,
There's not much that gets a suburban dad excited, but picking out which ones really make the house smell a certain way.
You can't manicure your lawn right now, so you're like, I'm going to get the smell in this house right.
No, we did put down the last feed, though.
A tough one.
We put down the last feed to make sure that the lawn will be all right and everything's set. I'll miss it so much.
It's okay. It's only 6 months away. That sounds like a really long time. Now, so D-Love giving us the idea that maybe Andy Baskin smelled why could he smell some apple stuff when the apple cider powder donuts were what was stolen?
I'm convinced we don't ever want this answer now.
I'm glad you said this because we've got boots on the ground.
We have boots on the ground. We have someone that knows.
And it is Flume Dog millionaire Mackenzie Flume who's doing 2020s for the night show tonight. Mackenzie, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Happy to be here.
It's great to have you. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well.
Yes.
Now, it should be noted, are you doing this because it's sourced or that you firsthand saw people eating donuts?
Big distinction.
It's sourced.
Okay.
So basically a powerful pastry source close to the situation
Look at
has
that.
the answer.
A powerful pastry source.
We don't have any of those in the building, so now I'm worried about your source.
I have to make sure it's not Keith, right?
No.
Okay.
Also, are you aware of the fact that you are going to be snitching on one of your coworkers here?
Well, I'm not going to go out and say who told me.
Oh, yeah. No, she's a journalist.
Right.
Yeah.
A source.
No, you would only snitch on the people that committed the crime. That's not snitching. That's informing.
I think that's snitching.
No. It's informing.
The definition of snitching.
The government disagrees with you.
I just want to let you know, I appreciate the favor because this
do you not want the answer?
No, this has been a riddle that I need the answer to. Okay,
Yeah, I have all 6 donuts accounted for.
All 6. Wait, we have multiple eaters.
Yes.
There's multiple eaters on the
This is what I told you.
roll?
This is why I told you. I knew there were multiple eaters. I knew it.
5 consumers to be exact.
5?
5.
This is a full-blown government. This is less people killed Kennedy.
Well,
And that was a legit conspiracy.
Allegedly.
No, I think it's pretty well
What are you
known.
doing against that?
All right.
That's our source, by the way. That's our source. She's going to turn Kennedy into an alleged thing.
No, I don't think she's I think she knows he got capped. I think it was whether it was one guy or a couple guys.
Or 5.
I think that's what she was the
okay. I thought she was questioning whether or not
No,
the president got
gone.
shot and murdered. Okay.
JFK was just chilling on an island somewhere in the
JFK
Pacific.
conspiracies. They take it to the extremes. Okay, we're all right. But I'm not curious for all 5, although I do want to know all 5.
No, I
want
want
to
every
know
name.
who's the guiltiest party is what I want to know. Because if you just give me a bunch of names, then I'm just going to think all of a sudden one person ate one, and then everyone just thought it was a free-for-all, and it was what it was.
So wait, who were your guesses?
There was no night show last night.
Yeah.
So I do not think this is a Jen and Tim sort of thing. I do not think this is a Bill and Alyssa sort of thing.
And I said you can't rule out those guys.
Yeah, I can.
I said everyone that
I don't
doesn't
think
work
it's
at
a
the fan
Stevie
is
thing.
in play.
I think it's a fan thing.
Also,
It's an inside job, I'll tell you.
Well, okay, now here's the spin on this one. Here's the spin on this one before you reveal any names, okay? Because you said there's 5 different people.
Right.
I'm going to assume everyone involved with Baskin and Phelps is going to be involved in this, okay?
But Phelps hasn't been here.
I know, but it's Baskin, it's Mennigan.
Mennigan denied it to my face.
Maybe
Mennigan
Phelps
is a man of the people.
Phelps might have even came into the studio to eat a donut if he knew that
That's
there was
the
free
only
donuts,
reason he
okay?
came in.
Only reason. Nothing else, nothing more.
Oh, they're Nick's donuts. Well, he's fat, so clearly he's got great taste in donuts. That's how it would go, too.
The problem we have here, folks, is the idea that Mitchapalooza, a once honest man, according to you, and somebody that, Mac, your good buddy, you have denied any sort of involvement with. In fact, that was the only person that, Nick, you ruled out today was Mitchapalooza.
Did I not point out?
If he's on that list.
Did I not point out there were 6 members of the morning show? Jeff Thomas, Joey, Ken, Lima, Owen. And then Mitch? Well, Mitch is gone. Mitch, please. That leaves 5.
Let's find out.
Right?
I will say I have an alibi for Mitch. He's cleared from the situation.
I like this development for Mitch. That's a good. Mac is shocked there. That's a good buddy of his. He's very happy about this.
I was a little worried. I'm not going to lie.
Let's start unspooling this web of lies.
Okay, do we want to go with who ate 2 first?
It feels like we're playing Radio Clue right now. Do you get that vibe as well?
It does.
Well, and this is why I love the game Clue. I'm a woman. I like to investigate things. This is just a natural tendency for me.
Is that just a female thing? I didn't know.
I think so. Yeah.
Why aren't every
women
show?
women are really good at investigating. In fact,
I want to know all the details.
Men are so dumb?
When I first met my in-laws, when I was first starting to date my wife, they told me, they're like, if you're the type of guy that's going to ever basically try to do anything, that's not going to happen with Elise, because she's going to find you out in a second. That's her. She can find out basically anything on the internet.
And you've been hiding it since.
That woman's she's
done.
a sleuth queen.
You've pulled off the Prestige to this point. I'm very proud of you.
I was hiding Prestige?
Well, remember the Prestige, the movie where that's the... Never mind. All right. I want names, damn it.
Okay.
Sorry. That's very aggressive. It's not you.
So I think this one you actually got right.
Arcade woman!
This one I think you actually got right. You said Owen ate 2 or multiple. He had 2.
I defended that man.
Yes, you did. He served this country, and then he served this station a boatload of lies.
You know what? Whatever. I will always stand with a patriot like Owen. I will stand with the defense I had of Owen. And in fact, I think as a patriot tax, he should just be able to take 2 anyway.
Do I know, by the way,
that man fought
that he
for our
wasn't
country.
a double agent? I don't know anymore. After the donuts,
Right.
I never doubted his patriotism and his service until now.
That's
know who would do this?
It's a dumb thing to doubt, by
Socialists.
the way.
Yeah, that's who do this.
Yeah.
A donut for everyone, huh?
I just want the record to show Nick is the one that is doubting Owen's patriotism.
Yeah.
I'm not.
No, I'm just accusing him of being a
not.
double agent.
I'm not.
That's totally different. All right? The other names, please.
We obviously have Ken.
Now that's an obvious that you didn't know would slice the way that it did. Nick was not ready for that. I wasn't ready for that, if we're being honest about it.
So now the turntables have turned because Ken didn't text me a lie.
Oh.
He didn't text me, hey, I didn't eat your donuts. Didn't text me at all. Silence was guilt, okay? I like Ken. He likes the way I think. I like Ken. And?
Lima had 1.
The skinny one.
I didn't know they ate so much during this show. I assume both
It's a
of them.
Friday.
I
It's a
know
cheat day.
Lima eats like bananas or something on like the live stream. That like people get a kick out of that. But like I didn't know they consume so much.
He does it in one bite, which is why I think they love it. And
that is a trick in certain countries.
Yeah, you get paid for it.
That's his party trick. Banana in one bite.
We have 2 more names to go.
Jeff had one.
Wait, Jeff Thomas?
Yes.
Ooh.
I worked next to him for 7. I never saw him eat food ever.
Yeah.
That is not a I eat food at work guy at all. These must have been really tempting to these people.
They looked really good.
These are
I can't tell you enough how good they looked.
These are all the people I thought wouldn't have done this.
You know
by
how
the
good
way.
they were? Is I went back because I was like, it's no big deal. It was $6. I'll just go get 6 more donuts from the store. They were gone today.
Spin Zone.
All there was glazed.
Spin Zone, I'm happy for Jeff Thomas in this scenario, though. I root for his happiness, and if that donut brought him maybe 5 minutes of happiness, then that's a nice thing.
I root for absolute sadness for the rest of his life.
No,
now.
that's a nice thing. I love that for Jeff, actually.
All right.
The last one is, I shouldn't say it's like surprising per se, but just kind of forgotten maybe.
It's Joey, isn't
Joey
it?
has to be.
Ted.
Ted! He was here all day. He was here up until like 5 o'clock.
And I just want to release like the bomb of it all is that Owen started this.
I've seen Ted.
By the way.
I knew it.
He
I've
started
seen
it.
Ted eat a salad every day.
Ted had the 6 donuts.
months.
Yeah, so he can go ahead and
For
take a single
months.
donut from me. That's how you go.
But Owen was the culprit who found the donuts, opened it, and then apparently just offered it to everyone else.
Oh, so he was going around feeding it to everybody.
He's,
Wait.
Brought in the donuts.
Oh, he got credit for it too, I bet. He
I'm
got
sure,
credit for
I'm
the
sure.
donuts.
He claimed the donuts for himself.
Got credit for
and
the
then
donuts.
went around and be like, hey, I just got these from the store. Can I give you a donut?
It's a good guy
The double
move.
agent thing is starting to make a hell of a lot more sense now.
It's a good guy move.
This is dirty pool.
I would like to hear what the guys have to say for themselves because I feel like this is the truth. There's no lie here. This is going to be a hard one for them to try and get out of.
There's no apology to Nick needed. There's apology to Nick's daughters who didn't get their
Right.
donuts this morning. That's where the
They're
apology
going to have
lies.
to eat eggs tomorrow.
On a Saturday morning.
Owen.
Really on a Friday morning to start it
Ken.
off, though. I mean, that was tough.
Lima, Jeff, Ted. I think Ted's a patsy in this.
Baskin not being in here is a wonderful
I'm actually
look
going
for
to take
Baskin.
Ted off this because Ted's an honorable man. Somebody offered him a free donut. They looked great.
Well, it sounds like Owen was trying to like guilt people into taking
It
these donuts.
sounds like Owen was passing them off as his donuts, which is a dirty bird move, if you ask me. Now, who told you this?
I can't tell.
Yeah, this is where you draw the line, Snitch.
This is where I draw. Listen,
I
I'm
mean,
trying to
come
get a leg
on.
up at this station always.
That
I
means
need
it's
to make
Keith.
sure.
Is it Keith?
I need to make sure that
Is it
that they remain anonymous.
Is it Keith?
No.
Well, how else
Even
would
if you were to guess, I would say no.
How else would you have gotten the information though? You weren't here this morning, right?
No, but I heard this riding in my car coming to work, and I was like, I need to reach out to a couple people, and I want to be the one to solve this mystery.
Women and investigating. They always get down to the bottom of it.
I mean, just the.
They all could be like PIs. It's incredible.
RJ saying this chick tells her man's deepest dark secrets to any and everyone. No, she's
That's
on the
how I heard it
side
too, though. I mean-
of truth and logic.
Truth.
No, you know how they're like, if somebody talks trash like to you behind somebody else's back, they're bound to do that in another setting. That's how I feel right now. That's I mean, good thing I have my T's and P's crossed is all I'll say there.
But you guys should trust me now if you have any information that you want to give me moving forward,
never.
because
You've lost
I
all
will
trust
keep
privileges.
your identity a secret.
Yeah, sure.
Always.
You will. Wait, no, I don't think.
So what do you guys have to tell me? What do you want to tell me?
No, this was if you wanted an information trade, that you should have
Yeah, we didn't have any-
specified
we didn't
that
have
at the
any
beginning.
So I
Trade
played my
to
cards
you.
wrong.
Miserably.
Man, I gotta say.
All you got out of this is that you can't be trusted, and we have no info to give you. But I will say this: when it comes to getting information,
You're
on top
going to
of
you.
it.
You're
I'm
not
on top
going to
of
you.
it.
you're now our girl.
Yeah.
When it comes to that,
So Owen took 2 donuts. Ken, Lima, Jeff, and Ted. Dead to me. You took another man's donuts. Dead to me. Until Monday.
yeah, they're not dead to you. What's the? Do you want them like to Venmo you like $1.25 each?
No.
What's the repercussions? What do we want here? Do we want? Do you want them to have to buy you new donuts?
God bless them if they ever leave anything out. I'm not even going to say I'm going to eat it. I could just do something to it.
That's
you just
not,
never know.
That's not how societies work. We have to be better than that.
This is not how society works.
All you're going to do,
taking donuts that are not
you're going
yours.
to perpetuate the stealing of random food out there. Don't we want to stop that same thing that incests you all day long?
No, I think the
Don't we
only
want
way
to
you
be
can
the
stop
solution instead of the problem
is
here,
if
Nick?
there's a cyanide pill in the next donuts I leave out. I think that's the only way you stop it. You drop one, they all fall. Not literally. I'm not talking. I was talking like maybe like some Beano or something that would just upset your tummy.
You want to poison them and then offer up donuts again? Is that what you're saying?
I'm
you
old world Hungarian.
Food poisoning and just
all right. I'm Eastern Bloc.
Joke's on them.
All right.
The donuts already had food poisoning.
You want to take one of my apples from my orchard? That's cool. Here's another apple. Watch out for the arsenic, dog.
They're all listening from the toilet right now.
Yeah,
that would be shiesty.
Yeah, would be. So enjoy those donuts on Monday.
which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sundays do not exist without us.
Intercepted! Picked off by Delpit! He's at the 20! Far sideline, tackled by Love! Now he's still going inside the 5!
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guests, Jason Pinkston, Brian Batco, and of course at 6, Daryl Ryder. I think I've decided.
Yeah.
Obviously, they can't call right now.
They haven't all day, by the way.
Ken's probably doing something with high school football. Owen's a family man. I get that.
They know they ate them all day, and we've talked about it all day long.
By the show, Monday at 2. I'm opening the lines of communication. These were $6 donuts. It's not, to me, it's about...
For the whole box?
Yeah.
Wow, what a deal. I got to get over there. That's a really good deal. $1 donut in this economy?
Yeah, very good deal, and they look delicious.
That's a really good deal.
I'm willing to throw it out there that if they just text me or admit it on air, if they just give you know what? Our bad, we saw the bag, thought it was whatever it is, I will drop the matter. Owen, Ken, Lima, Jeff, Ted, whomever turns first will get the most reward. And by that, I mean it'll be no worries at all, dog. The last one?
Each person gets in a... You say last one as if there's going to be multiple. I'm not even going down this road.
I'm just saying.
You're not getting a single text.
Actually, no. Ted is off to the side.
I wish you would have told me they were like $24 or something. I thought they were expensive donuts.
And that's not about the donuts. It's about the principle. It's about the principle. That barely up there for 12 hours and you nosh on them?
Did it have the price on there? Because that store that you got it from typically puts the price on there.
Sure does.
It had the price on there too?
Yeah.
I don't love going into the bag. That's the problem. Going into the bag is the problem.
And again, if they had been out for multiple days, I start to get it. I think there's a basic 24-hour rule of that's not mine. I don't know whose it is. If you see it the second day, maybe nobody got them. So maybe it is fair game. That first day, that's dirty pool right there. Guy in Medina, real quick, Guy, what you have on the donut sitch?
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A friend of mine, his wife used to make him lunch. And he had a moon pie, and somebody was eating his moon pie. So they took a grease gun with a little needle tip and pumped it up full of grease and put it back in the refrigerator. And somebody ate it.
That's a tough one.
That's tough.
So we kind of know who did it, but the guy never said nothing. I thought that was funny. The donut segment cracked me up.
All right. Well, Guy, we appreciate you. While we're telling the story,
we can go Van Wilder style and get some Boston cream donuts and
this is
go that direction.
No, you do that.
You're like the only person that even. I don't know what Mac was laughing at. There's no way you've seen Van Wilder, but for those that got it.
So my grandfather worked at PPG when they came over from Hungary, and he worked there for a while with my Uncle Frank. And there was somebody that kept stealing their lunches, and so they put a dead rat in one of the sandwiches.
Oh, that's gross.
And then they didn't kill it, it just was there. And
it doesn't make it. Now it's appetizing. Now it's not gross.
Somebody opened up the thing and apparently went screaming down the hall. And apparently nobody ever stole anybody's lunch there for a long minute again.
I don't understand this. I really don't. Like you've seen me at this work for a long time. I don't eat food from here.
I just don't take what's not mine. That's all. That's all I'll say.
Even like food that's out on the table, that's like a known everyone can just kind of go after. I just don't. I bring my own food and I eat my own food. That's it. I feel like you do the same thing though in many respects.
I mean, if there's free food, I am tempted, but mostly I kind of just jam with my own food. Yeah. Let's get you in case you missed it.
What if I started bringing like donuts every Friday or something? We could do like a donut Friday.
I mean, I'm not gonna say no. I'll jam with that.
Yeah, and then maybe I bring it on Thursdays, and then I leave the leftovers for the morning show, and that could be like we had donuts every week. Who's that from? It'd be like the thing like 25 years from now. They'd be like, I don't know why Jonathan just every Thursday brought in donuts. The thing people talk about, like they won't remember me for anything. It's like he's the donut guy on Thursdays. Always brought in donuts. All right, Detroit and Seattle tonight. Game 5. ALDS. Skubal on the bump for the Tigers. Skubal's not been great against the Mariners. Who's winning this game?
I think it's Detroit, but man, I'm not sure Guardians fans know George Kirby. He's not Skubal. He's really good though. He's really. Actually, the Mariners have about 3 or 4 guys. No, I just want to say 3 or 4 guys. They got like 3 guys that are really nice. Although Woo's not on the roster.
Kirby did not have the greatest of years, and in the debate of Skubal versus Kirby, it is very one-sided. That's for sure. So I just, if you get into a bullpen game, is what I would say. I'm rooting for the Mariners in this. Will you be crushed if it's the Tigers?
No, but I don't like them. Actually,
Their
if
own
anything,
fan base doesn't like them.
Wouldn't it make it better if it was the Tigers? Doesn't that validate if you got beat in a very close series and then they went on to the ALDS?
I don't think so. I think I'd take more pleasure in the idea that in back-to-back ALDS games 5s, Skubal craps the bed. I think I'm rooting for that narrative.
Mariners Jays, though, gives me more satisfaction because I don't have the concern of the Tigers going. Where like Mariners Jays, I'm guaranteed for one team in the World Series to be a team I could root for. Jays haven't won since 93. Mariners, they haven't been to the ALCS since we beat them in 2016. Mariners have, am I correct saying they've never even been to the World Series?
Who's that, the Mariners?
Mariners?
Yeah. ALCS was the best they did.
Yeah. So that versus, I would, if the 4 teams were Milwaukee, the Dodgers, Mariners, and Jays, I could really root for something like 3 of those 4 teams.
I just think the Tigers in the ALCS just makes it a really uninteresting series because their bats absolutely stink and they're not a very good baseball team.
Who's got a better stat line on Sunday, Flacco or Dylan?
I'll talk to you guys on Sunday, the pregame show. I'll talk to you guys, Coach Riz, myself.
I don't think we're going yet.
I'll be right there with you guys Sunday, 3 hours, ready to go.
So Flacco.
I think Flacco's going to put up more yards. I think Dylan will have the better passer rating and the better totality of the game, but I think Flacco's going to have... Wait, hold on. Who are the Bengals even playing on Sunday?
Packers.
That I don't know.
The Packers.
Oh, all right. Let's take Dylan. Dylan's going to have it.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks.
And now we can end the show.
Jake Murray.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say they're up against it. I got a glucose problem because I didn't have my donuts.
This Dylan Gabriel hate from you has just gotten too far. It's gone too far.
Tua? Great job out of Jake Murray today. Great job out of the milkman, Anthony Allant.
He's
great
a tiny
job
little guy.
out of Flume Dog Millionaire, speaking the truth into the microphone today. JP, cannot wait to hear you and Coach Riz on Sunday.
That's right. We get started at 10 o'clock. We have Mary Kay Cabin on there as well. It's going to be a fun show.
And, guys, we'll be back on Monday at 2. See you then.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone.